Members of Parliament, support staff, TV viewers, radio listeners, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome. To many of you, welcome back from yesterday to the continuation of the Central Committee meeting of Parliament number 11 as we continue today, Friday, December 20th. At this time, I want to give a very special welcome to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, who is here with us this morning, Minister Melissa Gums and her support staff. Welcome, Minister. We have established a quorum of 4 factions. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notice of lateness from the following members. We have MP Lewis, a notice from him, a notice from MP Kotai, a notice from MP York, and a notice from MP Peterson, as well as a notice from MP La Cruz. Are there any notifications from the floor at this time? That indication is not given, so we can continue with the agenda point for this meeting. And that is the draft national budget for the country, St. Martin, for the year 2025. As I have been mentioning all through, this is the IS document in Parliament number 371, and it is the national ordinance number in Parliament 182, both of this parliamentary year. Just as a brief reflection on where we are today, this meeting started on Wednesday, December the 18th, at which time we handled agenda points number 1 and 2. We continued with agenda point number 3, which is the budget, and that has been taking place up until this moment when we still continue with agenda point number 3, the budget for the country, St. Martin, which was received by Parliament on December the 11th. A brief overview of what has taken place thus far. Of course, we had a presentation of the budget by the Minister of Finance and some introductory remarks by the Prime Minister, followed by members of Parliament asking questions to all ministers regarding their ministry. We have had questions to ministers and ministers returning to answer, as well as giving the opportunity to the members of Parliament to pose a few additional questions. And we've also had ministers who have come back and then sort of finalized their part in the process. Today, this morning, as I welcomed the Minister of ECYS and her support staff to Parliament, we will be hearing from the Minister her responses to the members of Parliament regarding her ministry. And just a quick reminder, we're dealing in this Central Committee meeting with the ministries by ministry, of course. We have indicated to the members of Parliament the time allotted starting with 60 minutes for all of the ministries at the beginning, and once answers are received, members of Parliament have the opportunity to pose follow-up questions, make comments, and the timing for that is 5 minutes per ministry. So we, as I mentioned, have the Minister of ECYS and Minister with words of welcome. I invite you to take the floor. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good morning to the honourable members of Parliament, to yourself, to Hifir, and those joining us online or via radio. I just want to take a brief moment to first thank the hardworking staff of the Ministry of ECYS for putting together these answers in time. In fact, we were ready to go from since yesterday, 3 p.m., but alas, the order of ministries means we're here today. I just want to introduce to the far left, our Controller Omar Williams, my SG, Sharmina Powell Richardson, and of course my Policy Advisor, Erin Ellis, who are joining me today in Parliament. So I'll dive right into the answers, starting with the questions from MP La Cruz. Question number 1, the Minister Plats for students abroad. The MP asked regarding education streams that are needed here on St. Maarten, if it works, if it still exists, etc. The Minister Plaatsen program was originally introduced to ensure that students from the Dutch Caribbean had access to enrollment in programs with a numerous fixes. However, this practice was later abolished. Recently, the education ministries of the 4 countries within the kingdom have been discussing its reinstatement during the 4-country consultations, the Vierlanden Overleg. Research conducted by the Vierlanden Overleg highlights the benefits of reintroducing this program in the short term. By implementing a framework that grants access to Minister Plaatsen in areas with significant labor market shortages, the Caribbean parts of the kingdom would experience substantial capacity building. In April 2024, the Dutch Second Chamber approved a motion to reinstate this practice. Although the motion was passed with a narrow majority of 78 votes to 72, the timeline for implementation remains unclear. The motion was requesting the government to reinstate the Minister Plaatsen or establish a similar regulation. I believe the motion's approval demonstrates a growing interest in addressing this issue, and we can continue to advocate for progress on this through the VLO consultations. Question 2, there was a study done on the financial struggle that the students have in the Netherlands compared to the US and Canada. Could we get that report, and does the Minister have any plans with dealing with that? Unfortunately, Madam Chair, through you, the Ministry is not aware of the report that is being referenced. If additional details could be provided by the MP regarding the exact name of the report and the author, we can conduct a further review to discover that. However, I am aware of challenges that these students face, in particular in the Netherlands, when it comes to their financial matters. Housing in the Netherlands for students there, whether by purchasing a building or even a floor, thus increasing the housing for St. Maarten students abroad is important. Through you, Madam Chair, to the MP, due to budget cuts, minimal resources are available for new projects such as this. Assistance was requested from St. Maarten's Municipal Plenipotentiary in the Netherlands to facilitate agreements with student housing cooperatives. However, to date, little progress has been made. There are no plans for capital investments in housing for students in the Netherlands. I just want to note as well, Madam Chair Lady, that during my own time living in the Netherlands, this is a topic that was raised to the St. Maarten government by myself and the organization I founded while there, about at least making an agreement with the housing cooperatives. I have already met with the Municipal Plenipotentiary on this matter, so she and I are in consultation on how we can support this initiative, as this is something that actually Aruba and Curacao have established for their students for quite some time. Question number 4, scholarship funds was cut. Why? Can you elucidate on that? The ministry received funding for a project focused on studying in the region, which was approved by the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands. From 2012 to 2023, the ministry implemented this project, providing study financing to students pursuing education locally and regionally. At the conclusion of this period, a new agreement was established, and a project file was submitted in alignment with the country's agreements under the Strategic Education Alliance, the C project. The new project focuses on priorities aimed at strengthening and enhancing secondary education to better prepare students for the transition to higher education. Recently, the ministry received funding from the Netherlands for projects under the C and is currently preparing to execute the associated activities. Question 5. For CAPEX, why was the ICT hardware and software for the Department of Education cut by 522,000 guilders? Was this for the digital tracking system for the school buses? Through you, Madam Chair, there's been no cut to ICT software for the Department of Education. As it relates to the investment for digital fleet tracking system for student transportation, this CAPEX item has been approved and is currently in the final stages of completion, where implementation is scheduled for 2025. Question 6, did the minister have any say for the cuts in the budget? Upon swearing in on November 26, 2024, Budget 2025 was pretty much on the way. Therefore, I did not have any say in the cuts. But as I have stated in my inaugural address and elsewhere, I don't support further cuts to the ECYS budget, as I'm a firm believer in the vital importance of this ministry for the further positive and progressive development of this country. Question 7, why hasn't the government re-included the investments that were taken out of the capital investment budget for the Charlotte Brookson Academy? The 12 million guilder capex investment pertained to the building of a public high school and not the CBA. This investment was not re-included in the draft 2025 budget proposal due to incomplete required supporting documentation, such as the required plans, architectural drawings, and land allocation details for the project. Instead, the capex investment has been shifted to be included in the draft 2026 capital investment budget, pending the completion and inclusion of the necessary supporting documents. Question 8. How can schools be out of essentials and need to seek donations? And he was, the MP, I believe, was referring public schools. The government of St. Maarten, being the only source of funding for the public schools, means that choices will have to be made regarding what can be acquired and when, based on budget. This is why it is always unfortunate when this ministry faces significant cuts when cuts are required. Operating expenses are consistent and persistent, so it's tough to know that each month you need to purchase X amount of cases of printer paper, but your budget cut means you can only purchase Y amount. Additionally, where it pertains to donations, I just want to make a note that all schools are informed that they are not independent entities, and all donations to public schools must be handled directly via the Office of the Minister ECYS, with Division Public Education in a coordinating role. There are, however, still instances where this protocol has not been strictly followed, and steps are being taken to remedy this and streamline all public and private partnerships for the public schools via the Office of the Minister of ECYS. I also want to note, Madam Chair, that I do understand it is frustrating to see, especially public schools, struggling to meet basic operational needs, but there are reasons why initiatives have to go through the ministry and via DPE. I sincerely hope as well that this is a frustration we hold on to when deciding where to allocate funds from revenue streams in the future. Moving on to questions from MP Lyndon Lewis. It was mentioned that a high school will be built. Is this about the Charlotte Brookson Academy? The high school in question, through you, Madam Chair, was not associated with the CBA, but was instead, as I mentioned before, a public high school. The High School for Public Education was removed from CAPEX 2025 due to the lack of a building estimate provision. Question 2. Earlier this year, concerns were raised about the school's financial integrity and unaccounted for funds. What measures are being put in place to ensure proper fund management for this project? Is this a loan for this institution? The concern surrounding the financial integrity of this particular school board has the full attention of the Ministry of ECYS, where improvements in financial accountability are at the forefront. Sanctions have been imposed due to non-compliance with reporting requirements, and an operational audit is to be conducted by SOAB to identify risk in financial management. In January 2025, I plan to meet with all subsidized school boards to discuss and address any challenges and discrepancies with finances, financial reporting, and accountability. Question 3, how does the 2025 budget address the shortage of classroom space or educational resources? The CBA has not submitted a request for additional funding for classroom space or educational resources to the Ministry of ECYS. As such, this has not been included in the 2025 budget. Moving on to questions from MP Ludmila de Wever. The 572,404 guilder cut that La Cruz referred to isn't really a cut, as it's clearly a reallocation from studiebeurzen en toelage to projecten en activiteiten. Could you explain if it's related to innovation-related education? If not, what is the reallocation really for going to the innovation department? MP de Wever, thank you for providing clarity as to the question posed by MP La Cruz on this topic. The funding was indeed not cut, but reallocated to the Division of Education Innovation for execution of the Strategic Education Alliance project, as I mentioned earlier, to be used for priorities to strengthen and enhance the secondary school students to better prepare them for the transition to higher education in the region and in the Netherlands. Question 2, is a 2.3 million guilder increase in subsidies 6110 related to the comment from Minister of Finance where she said that the 2025 budget includes the subsidized school salaries? The 2% indexation and the increase of 1% vacation allowance have not yet been legally formalized. The Ministry is prepared to process the indexation and increase in vacation allowance for the 2025 calendar year once the amendment to the BRA, the Bezoldigingsregeling Ambtenaren, has been formalized or an instruction has been received to advance these amounts in anticipation thereof. And question 3, please explain the increase of 653,000 in bruto lonen en salarissen for the dienst openbaar onderwijs. The 2025 budget reflects an increase of 653,000 guilders in gross wages and salaries compared to the 2024 budget amendment. This increase is attributed to an additional 2% indexation in salary scales and the inclusion of salary increments across the department. With these adjustments applied to the 194 budgeted personnel, the resulting total increase amounts to the 653,000 guilders shown. I now move on, Madam Chair, to the questions from MP Christopher Waver. Are there any plans to revamp the way we fund the subsidized schools? Every school year, there's the same discussion on the hair policy in the subsidized schools. Is there any way that the ministry can step in and address these schools on that? There is a need to adapt to the times we are in now. The Department of Education is on a trajectory to review the lump sum funding system in collaboration with the school boards. The initial phase of this review will focus on quick wins by conducting an assessment to identify areas of improvement to the lump sum calculation based on indexation and actualization of the parameters and line items applied for the calculations to be included in the model. The competent authority of subsidized school boards are responsible for the regulations within their schools regarding the dress code of students. Given the extensive legislative agenda, the ministry is not currently engaged with policy related to this matter, but there is a question from MP Roseberg about this later on, and I'll elaborate a bit more on my own thoughts on that. What role does the ministry play to ensure the placement of social workers to be stationed in schools and curb the amount of depression in schools? There is a need for them to be present in schools. The lump sum funding system includes compensation for social workers and student care coordinators. The ongoing review of that funding system will take into account the possible increase in social workers and student care coordinators based on recommendations stemming from the Education Review and recent research into youth violence. The Student Support Services Division, SSSD, does not have authority or involvement in the placement of social workers in schools. We do agree, though, that the placement of these workers in schools is critical to effective care. One of the most important roles of a school social worker is providing mental health support. This could include individual and group counseling, crisis intervention, developing intervention and prevention programs, and more. SSSD provides support services based on referral and crisis calls from schools. This involves therapeutic and intervention services to students and, by extension, their family where needed, and advice and guidance to schools. For culture and sports, this is question 3. How are funds being distributed among culture, youth programs, and sport development? Are there specific initiatives prioritized for the upcoming year? Through you, Madam Chair, for sport in 2025, the focus will continue to be on school sports programs, institutional strengthening of sport organizations, sports tourism, the development of sporting facilities, and research related to top athletes. For youth, the department prioritizes the overall well-being and personal development of youth, with a particular emphasis on children's rights and family-oriented activities. Funds are allocated to initiatives that align with these priorities, creating a supportive environment that addresses both the immediate and long-term needs of the youth population. For culture, the following budget posts are instrumental in creating activities and supporting initiatives to safeguard, promote, develop, and execute cultural awareness and strengthening through activities and policies. The Talent and Burst, which supports interdisciplinary grants for studies in the arts, tangible cultural heritage, so the publication of traditional folk songs of St. Maarten, tracking cultural goods, so signage for monuments, intangible cultural heritage, providing support programs in collaboration with UNESCO, promoting culture nationally, so supporting the St. Maarten National Cultural Parade, hosting the Intercultural Festival from October 10th to November 11th, a 30-day celebration of culture, arts, and heritage in St. Maarten, observing national and significant days throughout the year, so from January to December, the Bevordering Danskunst, supporting dance artists and institutions in dance education, and the creative industry, so hosting the annual Culture Industry Forum and facilitating the culture creative industry's participation in the annual career fair. Question 4, the long-promised benefits for teachers, how will this impact teacher retention? The ministry has made preparations, through you, Madam Chair, to include the indexation and increase in vacation allowance in the structural funding of the school boards, and will implement these changes once the amendment to the BRA has been ratified. The ministry has also prepared the advancement of the 2% indexation for 2024 to be effectuated to the school boards, and this advice is in the advanced stage of the decision-making process. Question 5. The ministerplaatsing, that's something that was done. Why was that stopped? As I indicated previously, the ministerplaatsen were used to ensure that students from the Dutch Caribbean had a chance to enroll in programs that used the numerous fixes for enrollment. This practice was, of course, abolished by the government of the Netherlands when reforming the admittance processes to higher education. The motion approved by the Second Chamber in April 2024 said to reinstate this practice, but the timeline for implementation is unknown. Question 6, youth programs. What new or ongoing projects are being funded to address youth unemployment, crime prevention, and mental health support as well? In 2024, the Department of Youth made efforts to promote family engagement through the Positive Parenting Support Program, launched on November 29, 2024. The department also engaged the importance of family time as a critical component of its violence prevention strategy. Collaborative initiatives included the Youth Summit, From Scars to Stars, the Youth Forum, It Starts With Me, the Anti-Youth Violence March, the Youth Panel Discussion, Youth Unleashed, Have Your Say. In 2025, the department, in collaboration with other partners, will build on the success of these initiatives by organizing follow-up events and programs to further promote resilience and empower youth, all within the limited constraints of this 2025 budget. At SSSD, a variety of services are provided that address mental health concerns and challenges. These services include individual and family therapy, general care management meetings to school care teams that address a variety of well-being topics, parent information sessions open to the general public, parent support groups, mental health and psychosocial support services, crisis support services to schools, students, and their families, the provision of workshops on the school level that address a variety of concerns and well-being topics, consultative services to schools, and collaboration with other government and civic society organizations. Other projects and initiatives are not possible due to budget cuts and staffing challenges. Moving on, Madam Chair Lady, to questions from MP Shamira Roseberg. Question 1, the Hair Discrimination Act from Teen Times. What is the current status on the draft law to tackle this? When will it be presented to Parliament, and what policy will be in place for this? I want to start off first by stating that I commend and support Teen Times for their advocacy this year on hair discrimination in schools, previously on the Period Poverty Project. In fact, it was my intention to submit legislation on this topic following the January 2024 election, but here we are. So it's now my goal to submit it via this route from within the ministry, of course in consultation with all stakeholders. It's important to note that there is jurisprudence with regards to this topic following a case in 2016. This case alluded to the fact that non-public schools can set their own standards when alternative education is available, while Article 28 and 29 of the International Treaty of the Rights of the Child refers to access to education with the respect for their own identity that go beyond school regulations. Reference is also made in this case to the public funding of non-public schools that I want to investigate further. Additionally, I do believe that when we look at our regional neighbors, most notably Barbados and Anguilla, the majority are taking the necessary steps to do away with these types of policies that in fact stem from our colonial history and that are at their core discriminatory and prevent access to education for students. Question 2, the study financing draft law. How far is it and when can it be expected in Parliament? The study financing draft national decree is expected to be ratified by the Council of Ministers in the coming weeks. The regulation thus does not have to be presented to Parliament, but we will of course inform when it has moved in that stage. Question 3, what are the legislative priorities for the year? The legislative priorities for the education sector in the coming year includes ratification of the higher education law, ratification of the law on education supervision, establishment of the national decree for study financing, the national decree for the funding of higher education, and the national decree on higher education, the National Decree for Education Supervision and related national decrees pertaining to safety and secondary education, the MR for the Framework for Education Supervision, and the MR for the establishment of the Education Council. Question 4, not seeing any crime prevention funds, would it be advised considering the rise in crime among the youth? The Ministry recognizes, through you, Madam Chair, the importance of addressing violence prevention. Significant strides have been made through violence prevention initiatives, starting with the development of a policy brief and strategic action plan in 2022 under the World Bank project. Collaborative efforts with the Ministries of Justice and VSA are ongoing, with the situation analysis currently being conducted to implement multi-pronged recommendations within respective policies. Key initiatives from these efforts include Positive School Connection Program for teachers, which is aimed at fostering a safe and empowering school environment while promoting positive behavior and well-being among students and teachers. Peace Champions Program for the youth, which is designed to engage youth directly in creating safer and more inclusive communities. The 2024 budget cuts have significantly reduced funding for 2025, threatening the continuation of expansion of key youth initiatives and violence prevention programs, such as the Youth Hub, Positive Parenting Communication for Behavioral Impact, the COMBI Plan, the Youth Monitor, Youth Mainstreaming, and the Child Safeguarding Policy. These financial constraints do put at risk the progress made under the World Bank project and hinder the Ministry's ability to advance crucial youth and violence prevention strategies. I just want to note, because I can sense the question would come, that it is my intention to explore alternative funding routes to ensure that despite the budget, we can find ways to get these programs moving, but that, of course, will take time. Question 5, What is being done by the ministry regarding dropouts, and what about the inspectors to ensure that the students are going to school? The inspectorate is currently experiencing a severe staffing shortage. There are 4 FTEs allocated for truancy, but 2 of these positions are currently vacant. At present, 1 truancy officer is on maternity leave, while another is working at a 50% capacity due to SZV controls. Unfortunately, there is no budget available to hire for these 2 critical positions. The division head is managing the responsibilities of the truancy unit with the support of her team when they are available. The inspectorate aims to fill these 2 essential vacancies to effectively carry out its core task of monitoring and supervising compulsory education. Moving on to questions from MP Egbert Duran. Question 1. If a child is born on October 1st, they are born late and need to start in the upcoming school year. Some schools allow students to do tests to see if they are admissible early or not. Has the ministry been working on making this a policy? What are the ministry's thoughts on this? I thank MP Duran for this question because as someone who had to hear, thank goodness you were born September 4th and not later in the month, I never actually understood the point of the whole rule. But in fact, there is no policy. De existing national ordinance, Landsverordening funderend onderwijs, states in artikel 2 lid 1, het funderend onderwijs is het onderwijs bestemd voor kinderen vanaf 4 jaar. This basically explains that the day that a child turns 4, they are leerplichtig and must start group 1. To the recollection of several parents, one subsidized school board began with this October 1st policy and others subsequently followed, taking advantage of the fact that parents are not always cognizant of this law and thus simply follow what the school boards say. But essentially, to clearly answer the first part of MP Duran's question regarding policy, the ministry cannot make policy when the law is already clear on this topic. Regarding the second part of the MP's question about the ministry's thoughts, I can state that an amendment related to the admission criteria for students in the first year of primary education is forthcoming. Provisions are currently made in the draft National Ordinance on Education Supervision, one of our legislative priorities this term, which includes amendments to the National Ordinance on Foundation-Based Education, and it includes the following. The amended second and third paragraphs in Article 19 of the National Ordinance on Foundation-Based Education regulate additional moments of admission of 4-year-old children in the first year of primary education. Children who turn 4 in the period from the first day of school up to and including the 31st of December can be admitted on the first day of school. Children who turn 4 in the period from January 1st up to and including the 30th of June can be admitted on 1 January. This will make it clearer on what the law of the land states, and I'm looking forward to all stakeholders acting in compliance. Question 2, there was allocated land to NEPA to expand the complex. The school does not adequately address the needs of the country. Has the ministry adjusted the funding allocation to ensure that schools can meet their needs? The Ministry of ECUIS is engaged in a comprehensive assessment of the LSS in collaboration with SOAB, which includes the streamlining of accountability processes and the establishment of an evaluation framework for educational funding. This will allow for a holistic assessment of the adequacy and efficiency of the funding provided to school boards. In addition, the initial phase of this review will focus on quick wins by conducting an assessment to identify areas of improvement to the lump sum calculation based on indexation and actualization of the parameters and line items applied for the calculations to be included in the model. The priority throughout this process is to strengthen the accountability processes as, of course, a subsidy is public money, and any institution, even necessary ones, must comply with reporting on public money. Question 3. Was a comparison done before and after Irma? Does Minister agree that a review of the subsidy framework is necessary to reflect these unique operational costs? If so, what steps, if any, has the ministry taken or is planning to take to ensure that these institutions are adequately supported? If this is the case, can I get a timeline for when it could be expected? And if not, can I get a timeline for when some consideration can be made? Through you, Madam Chair, to MP Duran, the funding provided to schools is based on the existing legal framework established in the LBHAM bekostiging on onderwijs. The ministry agrees fully that a holistic review of the LSS is needed and the review process is ongoing. This holistic review includes several elements of which increased compliance, accountability, and quality assurance all form essential parts in this process. This process aims to establish an evaluation framework to regularly evaluate the educational funding provided to school boards. The ministry has prioritized a preliminary review, which aims to address the more immediate concerns related to, for example, the impact of the increased cost of consumption and categorical deficiencies encountered by school boards. The ministry aims to advise on a preliminary by 2026 and a comprehensive evidence-based assessment by 2029. Question 4, sports. Is there a plan in the Department of Sports to acknowledge and recognize our athletes upon returning and add substance to what our athletes are doing? Are there any thoughts in the ministry on this? What can Parliament do to get this going? The Department of Sport, in collaboration with the various sports organizations, does acknowledge and recognize athletes who are returning to the island from regional and international events and tournaments. Just recently, I myself joined them as they welcome back our 2 swimmers from the Aquatics Federation after their performance in Budapest. These athletes are highlighted on our social media pages prior to traveling and during their events once the information is made available by the relevant sport organization or federation. Upon return, the sport organization or federation takes the lead in organizing a welcome, and the department, along with the minister, supports said welcome initiative. Moving on to questions from MP Dimar Labega. Question 1. Regarding revenues for the ministry ECYS, which is always in need of funds, the 1 cent levy on gasoline. What is the priority of a policy for this to be put in place to bring the ministry the much needed funds? My immediate predecessor in the budget amendment debate in October, when asked why this 1 cent levy went dead by MP York, said it was never a lie, so it could never have died. He further elaborated that the legislation to make this possible was not finalized, and that is where it remained. It's my intention to, with all relevant stakeholders, to pick this discussion up in Q1 of 2025 and see what feasible next steps are possible. I hope to be able to update Parliament in late Q2 2025 on a way forward. Moving on to questions from MP Darrell York. Through you, Madam Chair. What is the status of the Monument Council? It was disbanded, but there's no council now. So what is the status on that and putting another one together? The tenure of the previous Monument Council came to an end. The process for the selection of new members has been executed, and the ministry is now in the process of appointing new Monument Council members, and that will be made available to the public once we reach that stage. Question 2, there were talks of a monument fund. Is this something that the minister will be working on moving forward? The bidding process for establishing the Monument Fund was completed. The Department of Culture is now in the evaluation phase of the bids towards establishing said Monument Fund, and I hope to provide an update on that in Q1 2025. Question 3, can the minister elaborate more on STEAM learning and what it is and what elements she wants to adapt? STEAM education is an approach to teaching and learning that integrates science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math as pathways to guide student inquiry, discussions, and develop critical thinking skills. Currently, the approach to STEAM has been somewhat disjointed depending on which school you're looking at. There is also a need to improve digital literacy in general among students and teachers of all ages. The intention is to conduct tech skill assessments of both educators and students, and after meeting with the Division Head of Education Innovation, I can state that there is an upcoming STEAM-centric project targeted to teachers. Improving the tech skill sets of educators is something I firmly believe in, particularly when we look at the proliferation of artificial intelligence in education the world over. Question 4, the minister would like teachers to attend yearly continued professional development courses. Is the minister planning to implement this? If yes, how does the minister plan to monitor this? What are the consequences for teachers that do not comply? Who will pay for these courses? And how will these fit in their hours? Regarding if the minister is planning to implement this, yes. The professional development program actually already provides a framework for ongoing professional development. The Ministry of ECYS, through the PDP, has emphasized the importance of continuous learning and upskilling for teachers to meet evolving educational standards and enhance the quality of education on Sint Maarten. How will this be monitored? The monitoring process is detailed in the PDP and involves multiple stakeholders, such as school boards and public education division, who conduct a needs assessment to identify training requirements for their staff and ensure the participation of teachers in relevant programs. The Department of Education, which oversees the implementation of the PDP, evaluates its effectiveness and advises the minister on course renewal or updates based on progress reports from the Division of Educational Innovation. The Division of Inspection of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport tracks teacher completion of training programs and includes these evaluations in the annual State of Education report. What are the consequences for teachers who do not comply? Non-compliance, through you, Madam Chair, could have professional implications as the PDP emphasizes a shared responsibility between teachers and school management. While consequences are not explicitly punitive, teacher appraisal and career progression might be tied to their participation in CPDs as part of their professional growth, as is a standard the world over. Who is paying for these courses? Funding for CPDs is covered by government through structural funding or through incidental funding by government with varying provisions. And lastly, how does this fit with teachers' working hours? Teachers, in consultation with their school management, are expected to balance their professional responsibilities with the training requirements. Needs assessments conducted by school boards will ensure that training schedules are aligned with the teacher's workload to minimize disruptions. By addressing these areas, the CPD initiative will be integrated into the broader professional development goals of the Ministry of ECYS, ensuring that teachers are equipped to meet contemporary educational demands while maintaining alignment with the legal and operation frameworks of the PDP. Question 5, the MP says he read about mandatory enforcement of individualized education programs for students with specific needs. How can the minister ensure effectiveness of this if we have compulsory education but we don't have compulsory testing? The minister can ensure the effectiveness of individualized education programs, or IEPs, through structured monitoring and accountability mechanisms outlined in the special needs education policy. It's important to note, Madam Chair Lady, that if a child isn't referred for an assessment, then testing is not required. What you can do, and this is where teacher training comes into play, is ensure that educators can spot certain markers that signal that a student may have specific needs, and then use those markers to refer said student for testing. The ministry is developing a training in collaboration with the NRPB that will give all in-service educators the basic foundation to allow them to spot these markers. Question 6, what are the short-term plans for the sports federation since they have a new board with no funds? Funds have previously been made available to the new board. Moving forward, the St. Maarten Sports Federation has been encouraged to present their overall plan and make a request for financial assistance, and once this has been submitted, it will be processed. I have met unofficially with the Federation prior to swearing in and communicated to them that I'll be meeting them officially once we are through the holidays and there's more space in everyone's schedule to determine their more exact needs. Question 7, what are the plans to incorporate eco-learning into the curriculum? Thank you for the question, MP York. Presently, the ministry has no plans, through you, Madam Chair, to incorporate eco-learning in the curriculum, but it is my intention to explore introducing such a curriculum as a module under an existing subject, for example, science. I do not have a timeline for that, as there are other education-related items that need resolution first. Additionally, I stated before that government should aim to be a facilitator and not always the initiator. There are several existing programs in the community to provide eco-learning activities to students, from our farmers right down to the Nature Foundation. In early 2025, it's my intention to meet with these entities to discuss and support their needs and how ECYS can lend feasible and sustainable support moving forward. And moving on to questions from MP Rayon Peterson. Question 1, what is the current situation with skipping school and truancy? Can fines be issued? Currently, no fines are being issued, through you, Madam Chair, to the MP. The inspectorate has no certified BOA staff to issue fines. However, when patterns of skipping school arises, the respective schools are responsible to carry out their own controls and interventions. After exhausting all options, this respective school can then submit an intervention form to the truancy unit at the inspectorate for further handling and support. As for the issuance of fines, though, I believe that falls under justice, and it is something that I do intend to discuss with my colleague, Justice Minister, when we have a moment after budget. Question 2, what is the minister's sentiment in reporting crimes that occur in schools? Schools avoid reporting to save face. Through you, Madam Chair, as a member of Parliament previously, I've expressed my personal opinion on this matter, that schools should report crimes to the proper authorities and to the ministry. In particular, because teachers and students, whether public or subsidized, all move through one main ecosystem, which is education. It does not create a safe learning environment for anyone if an offense is committed at one school is not reported, and then that individual is moved to another school. It has to be noted that a crime is different from a regular disciplinary issue, so I continue to encourage schools to actually report when these instances happen in their schools. And on to questions from MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. With which universities abroad do we have a running agreement with? How many students are at these schools in these agreements, and what exactly do those agreements entail? The list of institutions with which we have a MOU and number of students at them. Firstly, at the American University of the Caribbean, we have 6 students. At Concord University, 1. At Flagler College, 1. Florida A&M University, FAMU, 26 students. FSU Panama, 0 students. Indian Hills Community College, 0 students. Kaiser University, 0 students. Monroe College, 20 students. Nova Southeastern University, 14 students. Tallahassee Community College, 20 students. The University of Nebraska at Kearney, 5 students. And the University of the Virgin Islands, 2 students, for a total of 95 students at our MOU institutions. Based on these agreements, St. Maarten students receive discounts on their study-related expenses. Discounts can range from in-state tuition rates, merit scholarships, as well as a matching fund scholarship agreement whereby the university matches the amount awarded by the government of St. Maarten. Question 2. What is the status of the money allocated to assist dance schools on St. Maarten? These funds are available to dance institutions on a request basis. However, the budget has been reduced from 200,000 guilders to 100,000 guilders due to budget cuts. And question 3, can we continue to pay attention to some of our national traditions and wares via the culture department? How can government assist the movement of the national parade with the national dress? The Department of Culture was instrumental in establishing the organizing and execution of the National Culture Parade and has supported the St. Maarten National Culture Parade Foundation annually since its inception. The Department of Culture executes through the impact goals of the Ministry of ECYS, impact goal number 3, which is nation building, social cohesion, and identity development through education, culture, and sport. The Department of Culture operates through these platforms to build awareness and support in after-school activities that also bring attention to these national traditions. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, I'm at the end of the answers for the questions received thus far from the members of Parliament, so I will await any further questions or clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Gums, Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, for the answers provided to the questions by members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, as you know, you now have the opportunity to ask any brief additional questions. If you have not exhausted your 60 minutes, whatever time you use now will be part of that 60 minutes. If you have 5 minutes per ministry to ask additional questions to the minister. So this is the opportunity for the Ministry of ECYS. Any member of Parliament? I see MP Labega is seeking the floor. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to Secretary General. Good morning to the Minister of ECYS and her support staff. And yes, it was very clear. First, I'd like to congratulate you on your new appointment and also putting together such a young, dynamic staff with the experience of your SG. It's good to see youth in the ministry, and I have no doubt that you guys will do what's needed for the ministry. To touch on 3 things, I've spoken to some students who are studying in the United States, and the difference between studying in the States and, say, Holland is a financial cost. Schools in the States cost a lot of money. Basically, it's a business, if you ask me. Some of the students, I'm not going to call exactly which university it is because it doesn't matter, but they're struggling to continue their education even though they're receiving scholarship from the States. And I asked them, well, why have you chosen this school, given the cost, and there's other schools in the state that are reputable as well for half the price? And some of them told me that, well, I was guided to this particular school. And I'm like, okay, well, then I guided them like, okay, well, look at this school, look at that school. Great school, they have what you're studying. So as a suggestion, I don't know if it's done, but we need to assess the student, the family situation, to continue paying for the education for the whole 4 years of their tenure there. When it comes to the hair legislation, I'm very glad that the ministry is going to tackle that. As you can see, I have locks. I've had locks for about 25 years now, since I was 15 or 16, and I have been through my fair share of stereotypes and discrimination, etc., like that. And if you look around the room now, we all have beautiful natural hair. So it's one thing to tell children that you can't wear your natural hair, but we expect them to be confident in themselves and grow up to be who they really want to be without having that self-expression. Of course, you keep it tidy and things like that. But so I'm glad to hear that the ministry will be supporting that, and I'm definitely an advocate for that. It's also great to hear that the ministry will be prioritizing the gasoline levy. As you stated yourself, through you, Madam Chair, that there have been budget cuts. And usually ECYS is always one of the first ones on the chopping block. Also, when it comes to supporting our our local athletes. St. Martin is a very unique place when it comes to our sports scene because we have a lot of different sports. Because we're so diverse in our people, you know, we have a lot more sports than other countries. And it's very difficult for every sport to receive what they actually think they should need. So that's also great. Also a suggestion is maybe to create a sports achievement fund. Doesn't necessarily have to be named that, but a fund where these revenues will go directly there, and we can assist with things like gym membership, training, summer camps, you know, basic things. It's very difficult to give land and some of the other things as some of these other bigger countries have. But just for that basic support, whether it's shoes, cleats, as you know, some sports are very expensive. So just an idea there. And other than that, thank you for the questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. I continue and I give the floor to MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A good morning to yourself, to my honorable colleagues, to the honorable minister and her support staff. Madam Chair, much like yesterday after the Minister of Justice spoke, I too would like to take this moment to congratulate the minister and also to say that it's a breath of fresh air, you know, to hear a minister speak so eloquently when it comes to education, much like I wish all teachers, you know, would speak. The last couple of years, when it comes to the Ministry of Education, have been a doozy, you know, and that's an understatement. So again, I commend you, Minister, and yeah, this is giving me some hope for the future, and I'm excited to see, you know, when a ministry actually gives, you know, the kids and the students the proper attention that they've always deserved. So again, I commend you, Minister, and let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, MP Peterson, for those comments. I don't see any other comments, Minister, on your questions. So thank you once again for the answers. And Minister, if I can add to, or rather ask regarding your answer about the CBA / public high school. Your reference to the CBA, and you would recall, Minister, I think you were in Parliament when a presentation of such a structure was made by your predecessor and the one before, actually. And so, Minister, in your answers, you mentioned that the budget for the high school is going to go over to 2025, or was it 2026? But you also mentioned that, and I assume, but please correct me if I'm wrong, you also mentioned that I guess this CBA project did not have the drawings and whatever else have you, and that will be put off until all necessary requirements, pre-requirements are met. So is the proposal that was basically thrown out here in Parliament for the CBA, is that still on the books, but certain requirements need to be made? That's one. Or is the CBA project going to kind of be taken up in the plans for a public secondary school? And while I definitely am interested in the answer to these questions, Minister, my thoughts go more into the direction of what the proposed CBA plans would have included, and that would have been a sort of a national theater. I myself questioned how something like that would have worked under a school board at the time when it was presented, but I want to know whether, so that's why I want to know this, of the CBA's plan, specifically with this issue of a national theater, which appears in practically every government's intentions, and more towards the public meeting on the budget, if the minister can give us her view on the matter of a national theater. Why I'm asking it is because, of course, I know how the capital budget, so the capex of government is. I know the scarcity of funds, etc., etc. I know all of that. But just maybe the idea of a national theater could be a public-private partnership with someone who might have such a facility that government then can get and use. So it's in that line that I am asking the questions regarding the plans for the CBA. And then, Minister, if you can provide your thoughts maybe on that thinking or suggestion with respect to a national theater. Minister, that's only the only thing that I would like to hear from you. We did not, yes, I think MP Labega had a question as well, a brief question in your, or was it just comments? There was a question involved in your, yes. So with that, I look to the minister. Minister, you want to just go into the answers one time? Okay. Minister, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I can go into the answers at least briefly now, and maybe I can send the more elaborate response in writing, if that would be okay. Just to touch on MP Labega's comments, I will explore the Sports Achievement Fund and all that you recommended with the Department Head of Sports and, of course, with the Federation. I'm hoping to meet with them, as I mentioned, in the new year so that we can be on one page moving forward. In terms of the students in the U.S., I also attended school in the U.S. I went to one of the schools that we had a MOU with, St. Thomas University. I will look into students being guided to universities that are somehow it's difficult for them to continue to pay, because what I have seen is that students will look at the list of who we have an MOU with and decide to go elsewhere. Of course, if you go elsewhere, and even if your university these days is a state university, your costs are higher. If there is no MOU, you are paying international student costs, not in-state tuition costs, which is why I try to advise students to find a school with an MOU that we have an agreement with to channel their education, their academic career through that school. But I will look into that. It's also, I've had a brief discussion with the Division Head of Study Financing because I would like to expand the list of schools in the US that we have MOUs with, and also kind of try to take us out of the Florida panhandle and explore other states that we do, of course, have access with, because even that is something to think about, you know, when you're exploring these agreements. So that's something that I hope to explore further in 2025 and then come back to Parliament with an update. For Madam Chair Lady, regarding the Charlotte Brookson Academy plans that were presented, indeed, I was in Parliament and I was also confused. I had some of the same questions that you did. Ultimately, though, what I've learned after entering the ministry and in consultation with relevant stakeholders is that the intention, the lack of drawings is for a public high school. The reality is that what was presented regarding Charlotte Brookson, they did send in documentation and such. However, public money cannot be used to build what is, at its core, a private school. Even though it is subsidized, like most of our subsidized schools, they are still not public schools. We can build a school and then decide if we would like it to be used by a subsidized school, which I believe was what was done with the Protestant schools, Hillside Christian, in the past. So that is basically what happened with that project. That is the information that I received when I came into the ministry. Thoughts on a national theater? I would love to see a national performing arts center constructed in my lifetime, in your lifetime, because I do believe that it is necessary, particularly as I have attended 3 graduations where all the students were performing musical renditions and other spoken word pieces at a level that did not really exist when I was in school. So I commend them on that. But of course, the scarcity of funding, scarcity of land is also an issue. This is a conversation that I have had with the Minister of VROMI in the past. It's something I hope to pick back up once we've completed budget handling, and to see if it's something that we can put as a goal to work towards from a CapEx perspective, and if land purchase needs to be made as well from that perspective, because that's the reality, to find something that can accommodate a properly developed structure with a maintenance plan, parking, etc., all of the things that need to be considered to bring it up to code. So.
Thank you, Minister. And indeed, this and whatever further elucidation will appear in your written answers. So I want to think, with the indulgence of the members of Parliament, that the Minister of ECYS has answered and also responded to the additional questions which have been posed. So, Minister, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your participation in this part of the budget handling. And to your support staff, thank all of you for being here this morning. I will now adjourn the meeting for 3 minutes and then allow the minister to take her leave and the other minister to join us. Meeting adjourned. Good morning and welcome back, members of Parliament and ladies and gentlemen. As you have become aware during the last couple of days, what we just had was a brief adjournment in order to allow the ministers to exchange the seats here in the Hall of Parliament, and depending on where we were with the respective minister, the minister will be back here either to answer the first round of questions or come back and answer the additional questions that were asked by members of Parliament. We've had from the Minister of Justice, Minister Natalie Tacklin, who's here with us this morning. Up until late last night, the minister was here responding to the initial set of questions by members of Parliament and has now returned this morning to basically complete her part in the process of the Central Committee, and that is to respond to the matters that were raised after her answers were provided. With this, welcome Minister Tacklin and your support staff. Welcome back, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, and I immediately turn the floor over to Minister Tacklin, the Minister of Justice. Minister, you have the floor.
Good morning, thank you, Chair Lady. And good morning to the members of Parliament. I think I had good training doing 2 elections this year, 2 recounts, and so sitting here back to back within Parliament feels very natural. So in any case, good to see a good bit of numbers this early in the morning here in Parliament. So I'll go right into the clarification questions. The first one was from MP Duran. Is there a willingness to adjust the law to suit our situation regarding the gun amnesty and retired uniformed officers to have a firearm? I hope you can reconsider. To answer the MP's question, yes, there's a willingness to consider adjustments to the law to address specific concerns, such as the situation of retired uniformed officers carrying firearms. However, any change must be approached carefully and with due consideration of all potential impacts and consequences. Too often, decisions made from an emotional standpoint or without thorough oversight can lead to unintended challenges or gaps in implementation. The ministry remains open to exploring these issues, but is committed to ensuring that any amendments are well thought out, balanced, and aligned with the broader goals of public safety and effective governance. Then the question was, can clarity be provided on the 45 critical vacancies? Where are the majority of these vacancies? And can we consider them that only 3 are budgeted for? Can we increase that number to avoid sick leave and overworking? The majority of the vacancies are at KPSM, which totals 15. Additionally, 10 are at the Coast Guard, 6 at the prison. As mentioned yesterday, I'm looking at all ways to fill these vacancies, and I'm engaging with the Minister of Finance and our Kingdom counterparts in the coming weeks on this matter. The ministry acknowledges and underscores the negative consequences these reductions will have on the ministry, and we intend to amend this or address this through a budget amendment. I think I had an additional note on this. Let me just get back. Where was it? Oh yeah, I wanted to add to that the ministry had submitted a list of 45 critical vacancies, of which 42 of those were cut in this budget. Then the questions from MP Lewis. How many CPOs, community police officers, do we have? Do they also do training in Miami? How long is this training and how much does it cost? Currently, KPSM has 8 community police officers who work closely with stakeholders and the community across 10 districts. The training for the CPOs lasted a total of 6 months, including a 2-week program in Miami that combined theoretical instruction with an internship at multiple precincts of the Miami Police Department. Additional online coaching was provided and practical tasks were performed on the island itself. The total cost of the training was $145,000, covering 16 CPOs from all the Caribbean islands within the kingdom. The training was funded by the Board of Police Chiefs and supported by the Netherlands. How many police officers does KPSM have comparing to how many actual FTEs we have? For the KPSM officers only, not the staff, and also the officers at the Landsverordening. In response to this question, I wanted to take a moment to provide some context regarding the overall staffing situation within the Ministry of Justice. The function book for the Ministry of Justice contains a total of 968 FTEs for the ministry, with an additional 22 FTEs allocated to the Court of Guardianship. Currently, only 494 FTEs are in service. This represents 49.8% of the total positions within the Ministry of Justice. Breaking this down further, at KPSM, there are 333 FTEs in the function book, of which 203 are filled. This equates to 61% of their staffing. To more specifically answer MP Lewis's questions, there are a total of 140 police officers working as executive service members, and of those 140, around 80 are in patrol units on the streets, and the rest work in different detective units. As for the Landsverordening, there are 40 FTEs in the function book, with only 13 positions filled. 11 of those are detectives. This represents 32.5% of their staffing. By showing this, what I wanted to illustrate is that there are significant staffing shortages across the justice chain, which directly impact the ability of these departments to carry out their critical functions effectively. What is the plan van aanpak for the police force? KPSM has a growth plan aimed at capacity building in alignment with its function book. Additionally, several organizational issues have been addressed in the various advisory documents submitted to the ministry, including a desirability budget, a so-called wenselijkheidsbegroting. The Raad voor de Rechtshandhaving and the Progress Committee, or Voortgangscommissie, have also provided multiple recommendations to strengthen the police force. In 2025, creating a multi-year plan of approach in close collaboration between the ministry and KPSM could be a viable step forward and one that we are considering. Such a plan should include input from stakeholders and partnerships with international law enforcement agencies and ensure a comprehensive and effective strategy for capacity building and organizational development. Then the question, who pays the personnel at the prosecutor's office? Does St. Maarten pay the personnel and the prosecutor, and from whose budget does it come? And then there was another question as to, do we pay the huisvesting for the prosecutor, or is it included in the salaries? The budget of the Public Prosecution Service, the OM, is formed by two components. The budget for the PG, the Advocaat-Generaal, and the budget for the St. Maarten Prosecutor's Office. The budget for the PG, which includes personnel and housing expenses, is funded by St. Maarten, Curaçao, and the Netherlands for the BES, in accordance with the so-called verdeelsleutel, pursuant to the Kingdom Act. The budget for the Parket Sint Maarten, covering both personnel and housing, is entirely financed by the country of St. Maarten. The same goes for Curaçao and the BES via the Netherlands. Regarding the statements where you said that the firm was terminated, was that the case and why? I came in as a minister and met them there. What is going on and why? It should not be that government is on retainer and nothing is happening to waste the money. One principle I firmly stand for is adherence to the law and transparency. It is equally important to me as a taxpayer myself that we stop treating government resources as a piggy bank and exercise prudence in our governance and spending. Upon taking office, I requested a review of all legal consultancy agreements within the ministry. During this review, I identified one agreement that, in my legal opinion, was not in compliance with the Accountability Ordinance. I subsequently requested that this specific advisory agreement be terminated and that the proper legal procedures for establishing such contracts be followed. As a result of this specific termination, the attorney in question chose to terminate all other legal and related services being provided to the ministry. To clarify, this firm was not terminated by the ministry as a whole, but themselves ceased providing services following the termination of this particular advisory contract. While I understand the concerns raised about the value for money and proper use of government resources, I can assure you that these decisions were made in the interest of good governance. Moving forward, I'm committed to ensuring that all agreements entered into by this ministry are legally compliant, transparent, and provide clear value to the public. This approach ensures accountability and the effective use of taxpayer funds. Can you look into the matter regarding no-new uniforms and boots? And I will most certainly look into this matter for KPSM and immigration as raised by the MP yesterday. MP Labega, Mention was made of the abandoned scooters and the plans to destroy them. Have you looked into the idea of auctioning them here or off island? I want to thank the MP for the suggestion. Interestingly enough, this very idea came up during our meet and greet with KPSM. While the concept of auctioning abandoned scooters either locally or off island has merit, we must carefully consider the potential risks. A key concern is whether auctioning these scooters might inadvertently result in them being brought back into circulation and potentially misused once again. The risk requires thorough evaluation to ensure that any action taken aligns with public safety and the ministry's broader objectives. The suggestion is appreciated, and I will ensure that it is further explored as we finalize plans for the confiscated scooters. There are 1,300 residence permits pending. What are your thoughts of immigration? The MP believes that SXM is overpopulated, and he asks whether I think that as well, and if this will impact the way that we issue residence permits. Immigration is a multifaceted issue that requires a careful balance between national interests, economic development, and social cohesion. The backlog of 1,300 residence permits underscores the need to improve efficiency and streamline processes within the Immigration Department, which the ministry is actively addressing. While illegal migration is a concern, overpopulation as a direct result of these flows has not been conclusively determined. The ministry has not observed a significant number of residency applications from individuals unable to demonstrate legal arrival on the island. To fully understand the impact of migration on St. Maarten's population density and resources, a thorough, data-driven study would be required. We do recognize issues such as traffic congestion, but these are not solely immigration-related and require broader solutions. Tackling such challenges will necessitate difficult and potentially unpopular decisions, but it is essential that we make choices based on accurate data and long-term planning. The question of whether St. Maarten is overpopulated is complex and depends on factors such as infrastructure, capacity, economic opportunity, and social services. While population growth presents challenges, it also offers opportunities for development when managed responsibly. The ministry remains committed to adhering to strict policies and legal frameworks when granting residence permits, ensuring that each application is assessed fairly and transparently. Moving forward, we're focused on strengthening immigration processes to align with the broader needs and capacity of this country. This is a critical area of focus, and I remain committed to addressing it with a balanced but data-driven and forward-looking approach. The questions from MP Janssen, I'll take the two together because they're all related to the prison. During my meet and greet at the prison, I was informed that supplies had been ordered and are expected to be delivered. This relates to the sewing room that you mentioned last night. Having sufficient and meaningful programs to rehabilitate inmates is a personal and professional priority of mine. My experience working on death penalty defense cases during law school in the United States taught me a great deal about the lack of humanity often found in our justice systems. This has profoundly shaped my perspective and reinforces my commitment to ensuring rehabilitation is not only available, but effective. Regarding the $250,000 allocated for the rehabilitation programs in 2025, we're currently working on project proposals and implementation plans. With my own background in drafting legislation, project proposals, and also project implementation plans, I intend to personally ensure that these programs are rolled out efficiently. I anticipate that the first rehabilitation project under this funding could be implemented after the second quarter of 2025. As minister, I'm committed to rolling up my sleeves and doing whatever is necessary to make meaningful rehabilitation a reality for our inmates, helping to restore humanity to our justice system and prepare individuals for reintegration into our society. That was the last question that I received from the MPs.
Thank you, Minister Tacklin, for those responses, those clarifications to the members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, as we have been doing in the Central Committee, if you wish to make a note at this time, you can do so. However, it is not the intention that the minister returns, but rather that she takes it into account for her official answering in writing, which will be part of the legislative process. So is there the need for that? Yes, I do see some MPs, and I start with MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Minister of Justice, your support staff, Thank you for being here. I just want to congratulate you as well. I think it's, as my previous MP said about the previous minister, but I feel that with all the ministers that's been here so far, there's a sense of hope, you know, that's given to the people of St. Maarten. And I also would like to congratulate the KPSM for their great Christmas initiative as well, you know, where they're giving out the ham and the turkeys and bringing that hope back to society. So continue the good work and congratulations.
Thank you, MP Wever. I now give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues here in Parliament, and to the Honorable Minister of Justice, radio listeners, those of you who are watching via live stream. I myself want to congratulate you. I know that this task that you've undertaken is one what you can refer to as a Sisyphean task. And I want to congratulate you on your answers. I know that you are quite capable. And like many of my colleagues have said in here, we get a sense of, for the first time in a long time, St. Maarten and justice in particular is heading in the right direction. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. I now give the floor to MP Janssen. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Minister. Like I said yesterday already, last night, I feel the hope. I feel the hope that we now have a justice minister with a heart for humanity and for, you know, I feel like you're going to be there for the concerns of the prison, and that was all I wanted to bring forward in this session, my first sessions. And let us leave no man behind in this society. Another big concern of mine is the undocumented people on the island, but I will go into that as we go along during the year. Maybe I'll come in to see you, because in my former role, I was faced with a lot of that happened. A lot of people who were legal, who tried to stay legal, and then all of a sudden, a number of years ago, it was like around 2 years ago, because we saw it with the census, that all of a sudden those people lost their status. And so even though they want to be a part of our society and they are contributing with taxes, etc., they were not allowed to continue to be a part of our society. So that's another thing I would like to tackle. But for now, my questions were answered satisfactory when it comes to the prison. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MP Janssen. I now give the floor to MP Kotai. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all those who are tuning in, to my colleagues, and of course the Minister of Justice. I also want to echo the same sentiments of gratitude for the ability to come here and answer nearly 60 questions and the follow-up. Something I find very funny, more of a statement, is that during the last 2 days we had a echoing sentiment of Christmas lights and the direction of it. But today we come to speak on education and justice for those who had most of the questions, and no one from the other side was here this morning. I guess it wasn't that important. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I now give the floor to MP Roosburg. MP Roosburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed morning as well to my colleagues. Thank you, Minister, for answering the questions that were there. Also, blessed morning to the support staff and to the radio listeners and the ones viewing online. I just want to add to what my colleagues stated. I am looking forward to the legislative changes, and it's nice to see that, you know, having a legal mind in place, knowing the law, and knowing also the humanitarian aspects to it, and also knowing where to find the funds. That is something that I'm really looking forward to, and also collaborating on that topic. Other than that, what my colleagues just added, there's also a legislation pending in regards to immigration and trying to tackle the gap with applications so that we can avoid having people not being able to get that permanent status. So just giving a heads up in that sense that that legislation has been submitted to the Council of Advice, that has been also brought back to Parliament. I'm currently working on making the adjustments, so then maybe we can also see how we can work together, because I'm not in favor of having temporary MBAs in place. It's always good that the community can go back to the law itself, legislation-wise, and have that houvast, as we say in Dutch. So looking forward to the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MP Roosburg. We have now come, I'm getting a signal that there is another speaker before we close off the session with the Minister of Justice, and that is the Member of Parliament, La Cruz. Welcome, MP La Cruz, and you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady, and thank you to the SG, my fellow members of Parliament. Minister of Justice, I already told you what I thought of your presentation last night. On my way here this morning, and sorry for my tardiness to the people of St. Maarten, but I had a little procedure to undergo at the hospital this morning. That's why I'm late. So the shot that was thrown was a cheap shot. Definitely not for me. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. And Minister, thank you once again. I would just want to add, as Chair of Parliament, also to my members of Parliament, that one of the important issues for your ministry and for Parliament is, of course, picking back up the handling of the Criminal Procedure Code. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. It's very important, members of Parliament, that we pick that back up. And with the help of the Ministry of Justice, we should be able to deal with that matter. MP Roosburg, I quickly give you the floor so that, yes, MP Roosburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I echo those sentiments, and I do believe that the current minister also has that on her agenda. In the meeting that I had with her, she mentioned that that is very high on her agenda as well, through you, Madam Chair. But I do believe, seeing that it has been sitting still for so long, that we need to look at new changes to that law, because a lot has happened. So let's get it going indeed.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. I could not agree more with you, with your statement regarding where we are right now on matters such as those included in the Criminal Procedure Code. Once again, thank you, members of Parliament. Thank you, Minister of Justice, Minister Tacklin, and your support staff. And members of Parliament, as we allow the minister to take leave, this is it in the Central Committee meeting handling the budget for the Ministry of Justice. Thank you, Minister, once again. Meeting adjourned for 3 minutes. Members of Parliament, welcome back. We're continuing with the ministers appearing in Parliament today to answer to questions posed by members of Parliament. With us now is Minister Brug, Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, and his support staff, who I welcome at this time. The minister will start his responses to the questions posed by members of Parliament, and we will continue as we have been doing with the other ministries. So I now invite the minister to take the floor and...
Policy Supervisor. To my right, I have Ms. Fenna Arnell, Acting SG. And to her right, we have Mr. Michel Somersol, also Policy Supervisor for the Cabinet. I'll use this, yeah, for now. We'll start first with the questions posed by MP De Wever. Discuss the one second. Let me do this one. Allow me just to change the... Okay. Discuss the conservative budget for 2025, noting that the PP cards have remained the same for 2025 in regard to 2024, 22 million guilders. Despite a significant increase of 5 million guilders from 2023 to 2024, there is a concern for the people between the age of 46 and 64 that are asking on how to get PP cards. Is the budget amount of 2025 realistic? Is there wiggle room in regard to the PP cards? The answer, the total amount in the budget is not a reflection of only the total PP cards issued. The amount budgeted factors in costs related to the medical care, medical referrals abroad, Medical referral abroad have lessened due to the availability of specialists on St. Maarten. This is based on the information we received from the Department of Social Services, who is confident that the budget amount is sufficient. Notice should also be taken that the actual expenditures for 2023 sits at 17 million guilders, showing that 22 million guilders remain an increased amount. Question posed by MP Roseberg. In the media, there have been a lot of labor-related issues in the past weeks, including Flamingo Resort, but also a video going viral regarding Checkmate security workers that express not getting paid for over months. Has the ministry seen these videos? Does it have the attention of the ministry? Is there a solution for the workers? The answer is as follows. Yes, I have seen the videos. Yes, it does have the attention of the ministry. As it regards to the Checkmate security workers, some of them have also come to the Labor Department, Labor Affairs, to complain. We have assisted them within our legal means and have provided them with advice on how to move forward. At this moment, it is something that is still in progress as to execution of certain actions that has to be taken. Second question. Sorry, let me go back up. Also, mention was made about the Flamingo Resort. Later on, I will explain more about that in one of the other questions as well, MP Roseberg. So please do with me. Second question. When will the new mental health law be finalized? And will there be a temporary solution policy in place to address the current gap in the law, mainly for the persons who could be admitted and do not have an attorney assigned to them? Answer. The current national ordinance regulating the supervision of mental health patients, CAZED, is outdated and lacks essential safeguards, such as mandatory judicial review of provisional placement or detention decision within the first 5 weeks. Forced placement or detention constitutes depriving an individual of their liberty, and therefore one must comply with constitutional requirements and international treaties, including the European Convention of Human Rights. A temporary solution currently being worked on is to draft a ministerial decree that would allow the mental health person who are placed in mandatory care to receive free legal representation through the on-call lawyer service, piquet-regeling. Alongside this trajectory, the ministry is also working on a kingdom-wide regulatory framework which aims at ensuring that all 4 countries uphold the international standards of patients' rights. It is the intention to have the framework ready for approval during the next scheduled 4-country consultation held of 2025. What is the ministry's legislative priorities for the coming year? The ministry is currently assessing the status of all legislation that is currently being worked on. I have requested the ministry to submit their legislative priority to ensure that by upcoming budget public meeting in January, we can present a legislative agenda for the Ministry of VSR. Regarding the legal help desk, will there be a monthly or structural meeting provided for the public? The Department of Communication, Family and Humanitarian Affairs, together with the legal experts at hand, are aiming for a structural masterclass session each quarter. Following question, looking at the immigration lecture in connection with the legal help desk that was well attended, the Ministry of VSI is advised to look into organizing a lecture that in the beginning of 2025 by a labor lawyer, so that everyone who is interested can educate themselves and learn about their rights. The ministry has taken note of the importance of building awareness of the rights of workers. On September 25th and October 16th, a 2-part series was launched by Division of Labor Affairs and Social Services on the new Civil Code and critical matters. Ms. Leon of the Bay ZSN law firm joined the panel discussions. The Labor Department Affairs will continue to build awareness using technological innovation and to ensure that workers, unions, and all residents can easily access this information at will. In addition to that, the Department of Community Development, Family and Humanitarian Affairs is making preparations to host a new lecture in connection to the legal help desk in the first quarter of 2025. Their next topic will be about labor law. I will move on to the next Member of Parliament, MP Omar Otley. His first question, can you provide an update on the meeting with Hilton Group? Yes. Okay, answer, I have spoken to several individuals who wishes to remain anonymous. They expressed their grievance. It has become clear that several allegations are made that relates to labor matters. The Labor Inspectorate is investigating the situation and this has their utmost attention. Is the VSR mediator involved in the Hilton dispute between the workers and management? Before I spoke to the individuals that wish to stay anonymous, I requested the assistance of the VSR mediator. The VSR mediator followed up with the relevant departments within the ministry that would handle complaints, namely the Labor Affairs Agency and the Inspectorate of VSR, who were at the time not aware of any labor unrest. Additionally, the union who formally represented the workers was contacted, but they too were unaware of the situation. And I'll just put a personal note into this as well, is that in having to deal with this situation with regard to Hilton, I've realized that a lot of our laws are outdated. And after the budget debate is over, I think at some point in time, I think as Minister of VSR, together with you, as the members of Parliament, I would like to have a sit-down to discuss which areas, because my ministry can identify where we fall short to defend the rights of our employees, and also where most employees fall short with their responsibilities. So in that aspect, later on, once budget debate is over, I am willing to sit down with Parliament together with the VSR ministry to see how, as co-legislators, we can solve and narrow this gap. I'll continue. What is the update on the SAHA? What is your opinion on the SAHA? The honorable member were informed in recent meeting regarding the SAHA that the draft legislation is currently at the SER for review. It is expected that this advice would be received within short. As soon as the advice is received, the legislation with all accompanying documents will be thoroughly reviewed by my person and my ministry. It is important to note that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor, it is my intention to give my stance on this proposed legislation after receiving a comprehensive analysis of the impact of this legislation on one, SZV and its staff, private insurance employees who handle health portfolios, and the entire healthcare sector. Having said this, the SAHA forms an integral part of the entire healthcare form that is urgently needed, and as such, I expect all parties to cooperate, as together we need to find solution moving forward. SAHA is an urgent matter that has to be dealt with. What is the update of SZV 1B that can offer insurance to sole proprietors and bus drivers and taxi drivers? The advice was received from the Council of Advice. The further reports currently, the NADA report is currently being drafted. There is a delay in the process due to the fact that there was a change in the consultant hired to draft the legislation. Following question. In the increase of minimum wage being done by, is the increase of minimum wage being done by the indexation? Will it be done by LBHAM, MR? How is this done? Is this using Q2 for the calculation? The answer. After receiving legal advice from several sources, both within and outside government apparatus, the minimum wage was indexed utilizing a ministerial regulation that was approved by the Council of Ministers. taken into consideration the second quarter CPI as provided by the Department of Statistics as it is required by law. As such, the minimum wage, which will take effect as of January 1st, 2025, will be at the amount of $10.86. Note must be, however, taken that although the increase is approved, it is in my humble opinion that focusing solely on the minimum wage without considering other factors that impact the living condition of individuals or families may not yield the expected outcome. Therefore, it is my intention to explore possibilities to form a poverty alleviation work group responsible for assessing and advising on the most effective way to combat poverty. Following question, who is taking the lead on the tourist health levy? The current cabinet has not seen the ordinance as it is currently at SER. Following question. For the cannabis regulation, TIAT has put out a press release on it, but opium regulation falls under VSR. Are you taking the lead on this? That's a good point, MP Otley. However, due to certain ongoing developments with possible legal consequences, I am currently not at liberty to provide information on this topic. Following question. In 2022 census, the category for 65 plus increased to 12.8% last year. Many are completely dependent on the AOV and the AWW. What initiative does the Ministry of VSA have to improve the lives of the seniors, of the senior population? Answer. The ministry will work diligently to address the need of the elderly with an emphasis to ensure a cross collaboration between key executing agencies. Initiative will be forthcoming to include projects that will help the elderly and other vulnerable groups in society to acquire their basic needs. Additionally, the labor and social security, which are part of the country packages measures E1 and E4, respectively, are being actively worked on. The Ministry of VSA is in the finalization stage of this strategic implementation plan in which reform for both labor and social security measures. Once completed and approved, they are intended to be implemented in 2025 and beyond. The sustainability of the AOW funds, as well as the benefit to the pensioners, are top priority for us. However, be that as it may, solutions are not solely a VSA matter. In the larger scope of things, St. Maarten is facing a brain drain, which there is not a large enough working class contributing to the AOW fund needed to sustain said growth elderly population. As mentioned in the census of 2022, there is also a dire need to reform our immigration laws in which people migrate to the island at a later age, thus not having accrued enough of a livable pension in their elderly years. These are just some of the examples that show how all reforms must be looked at from a multidisciplinary approach rather than a silo approach. Following question. Looking at the scope of service policy, where a combination of local resources and government come together. For instance, when companies agree to invest in entities like NEPA, agreements should be signed. Is there any update and was a donation made? The ministry would actively liaise with the NEPA and look into this matter further. Can an update be given on the St. Maarten Medical Center? Is the completion date the same? Based on information received during an introductory meeting held with the St. Maarten Medical Center, it was indicated that the project is approximately 200 days behind schedule. And as such, the expected date of completion of the main building is May 2026, and the date of the overall completion is scheduled for February 2027. Following question, regarding SZV, what are your plans to curb the bleeding of SZV? Answer, during a tripartite meeting, it was decided to install a healthcare cost containment work group who will be responsible for reviewing the current healthcare financial situation and propose new measures to contain the sharp increase in healthcare costs. Following question, the monthly amount of OZR for SZV increased twice during MPs Otley's term, and that still wasn't enough. What is the plan for the OZR payment? Alongside the above statement, the implementation of healthcare reform remains imperative. These reforms include, but are not limited to the improvement of quality service through improving service delivery on the primary care level, developing and implementing care and treatment protocols, implementing the pharmaceutical cost containment plan, implementation of the healthcare professional registry, BIR. Following question, what is the minister's position on the request for an increase in the tariff by the HCPS? Oh, okay. The healthcare professionals. Due to the current situation of the healthcare funds, an increase in the tariff can only be accommodated after full implementation of a healthcare reform. Following question. For the Ministry of VSR, 98% of the budget is spending. 2% is work permit. As far as MP Otley knows, there are no current plans for an expedited fee, but if you ask businesses, they would be open to this. And it could revenue. Sorry, one second. And it could and it could yield more income. Could the minister send a LBA ham? If the minister is open to such regarding this topic. Okay. Correct. Okay, so basically, let me just rectify it. MP Otley asks if I am open, if he can send the LB ham with regard to this topic. To me, okay. And if this is the case, can he make sure that before going to this solution, our local labor market is maximized? MP Otley had presented an amendment which was received by the former Minister of VSR, Jansen Webster. The minister is willing, if the minister is willing, could receive the LBHAM from MP Otley for the minister's staff to review and implement if he would feel it be fit. I think that was not correctly written, but okay. All right, the answer? The answer is MP Otley. When I sat on that side of Parliament, I stated that I'm willing to work regardless, whether it's the left side, right side, minority, majority, as long as anything that is brought to my attention, as long as it's good for the country of St. Maarten, it has my support. Sitting on this side of the aisle as a Minister of VSR, I still stand by those words. So any member of Parliament, regardless which direction, which side of the aisle you sit on, as long as you bring something positive for country St. Maarten, it will receive my attention, it will be processed, and if it is all good and cleared by the when it passes through the process, it would not have my rejection for implementation. Moving on to MP La Cruz. First question, does the minister have any plans for dealing with the mental health of kids in St. Maarten and those studying abroad? This is a high priority for me. Mental health among youth has my attention. It has had my attention for quite a while, even before sitting as a member, as a VSR minister. Some research have already been conducted within my cabinet. Although we have not finalized this process as yet, and as such stakeholders still need to be heard, what becomes clear is that this is the process. What becomes clear? Where am I? Okay, what becomes clear is that this area still is insufficiently organized. The strategic plan on mental health includes establishment of the multidisciplinary work group responsible for awareness and prevention. The Ministry of Awareness and Prevention. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport is a critical stakeholder in this process. In that regard, as it relates to students studying abroad, it is my intention to hold discussion with the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports in order to collaborate further on this issue. How many permits are pending in your office waiting your signature? The number of employment permits advised pending is approximately, at this moment, when I checked this morning, 50. Following question, are there any requests in your office for the opening of a new elderly home? Is there no requests? If there are no requests, does the minister have plan for? Okay. Basically, MP La Cruz asks, does the minister have plan for an expansion or encourage other business-like persons to open a new elderly home? The answer, there are currently no pending requests for a new elderly home. However, the White and Yellow Cross recognizes the urgent growing need for elderly care in the community. To meet the demand, they are currently in process of increasing their capacity by implementing a phased expansion approach over a 4-year period. The White and Yellow Cross submitted their first request for expansion of their services, which was granted in October 2024. Okay. If MP La Cruz is interested on the breakdown of the expansion, that can also be provided at a later stage. I have it here. For every ministry, following question. For every ministry, if you look at the projects within your ministry, can you provide a list of projects in the order of priority? Even though MP La Cruz made this request, it was not directly specifically at me. His question was addressed to all ministers, which also includes me. What I can tell him is that at this moment, I am currently working on obtaining an overview of all the projects within the various departments of VSR. It would be premature to state what has priority and why at this stage. Therefore, I will address this further during the public budget debate in January. However, facts remain that we need to find a way forward with the SAHA. Mental health is a serious issue on St. Maarten, and we must make a switch to preventative health care. MP Duran, what is the minister's vision on mental health? Is there an implementation plan being worked on? There are various aspects of mental health that have my attention. This includes not only suitable location where patients and workers can come together, but also the adaptation of legislation, such as amending the mental health legislation, developing and implementing preventative measures, and addressing youth mental health. My vision during my term in office is to establish a structure regarding the resources that are already available and to assist the youth in their development and mental health in innovative ways. This will be done in collaboration with other ministries involved. It's at the beginning stage. As the MP mentioned himself, there is no quick fix. While we must focus on temporary fix to stop the bleeding, the focus must also be on sustainable solution with the professionals available and also involved. Following question, what are the top 5 priorities of the ministry and VSA in terms of the vision of the ministry, Preventative health care, mental health care, poverty alleviation, elimination, and this one is in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, elimination of the AOV tax from our seniors, and also a way forward with the SAHA. Following MP York. What is the vision of the health bus? What is the vision of the help bus? What is planned moving forward?
It's supposed to be dental bus, though.
Dental? Okay. So it's the health bus and dental bus. In theory, both buses were great avenues to bring healthcare closer to the community. However, the reality is that the mobile bus is fairly large and is not able to navigate in the smaller streets and neighborhoods. This resulted in holding community sessions and screening where space allowed the mobile bus to be parked, Festival Village, Tellem parking lot, and some other areas, but very limited. The dental mobile, which is somewhat smaller, was used for school dental visits and community health outreach. At this time, however, both buses need extensive repair. And based on preliminary assessment, these were provided by the ministry. The cost of these repairs far outweigh the possible return on investment. And as such, possible alternative solutions are being sorted to move forward with community outreach in 2025. For youth care and data collection, what are the plans for digitalization of that department? I have met with the department head on a number of CPS urgent matters. I also have a meeting planned with the staff of CPS to discuss not only personnel-related challenges in CPS, but also issues such as this. I know the ministry have been busy with this process for a while. I expect to be able to make a decision moving forward on this matter in January. Some of the questions will be addressed. Okay. Some of the questions will be addressed together. This applies to the following question. What are the alleged problems at CPS, even if it needs to be in writing? What are your concrete plans in resolving these issues? Some reports done. What was the outcome of those reports? What your conclusion and what are the steps moving forward? Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to answer these questions in writing. But before I do, some of the questions was unclear because when I asked the questions to some of the department heads, we were not clear as to what exactly reports you were referring to. So if you have information about specific reports, if you can provide them for me, or even like if you let me a div number or whatever, I can look them up for me to think. But if it's something that's family, if you're talking about reports in the media, those I have. So if it's only the media, those I have. I'm following up on those. You made a statement also. This is a new question, and then hopefully so where is it? This is where he puts answer. Yeah, so there we can still put the best thing we can do is on the first floor the 90%. But I would say improvise that because we don't know what. Okay. All right, there's a bit of unclarity with some of the question. What I would say is that you also made a statement that 90% of through you, Madam Chair Lady, and P. York, you also made a statement that 90% of the persons working on the first floor are seeing professionals right now regarding their mental health and their workload over the past years. What are the ministry's short-term plan on morale in the departments and understaffing? Even though you said that you don't mind me giving this one in writing, I am going to state that coming into this ministry, I had one plan. And unfortunately, I had to change that plan when I started communicating and having meetings with department heads, with the staff. And I do acknowledge and recognize what they're going through with regard to the shortage. So when you have a shortage of staff, it means that those that remain, they have an overload, they have additional work, which sometimes is overload. And then also when it comes to the stress that they're dealing with, and also on our ends, a lot of them don't have the necessary tools that they need in order for them to execute their work and also provide a better service for the community of St. Maarten. So in acknowledging this and in going through the meetings, what I did is that I changed the concept of my cabinet. And I designated an individual that has a labor background to focus, so we're going to focus heavily when it comes to our personnel for this coming year. Because we do believe that we have to make sure that our personnel are treated good in order for them to give the best service to the public. And we have one motto in our cabinet when it comes to our civil servants. They are our kings and queens, and we will treat them as such. Okay, where am I now? Wait, let me go back this. Or not, okay. Yeah. There's another question as well that was posed by MP York through you, Madam Chair Lady. There is a bit of a confusion whether CPS are considered to be frontline workers or not. This is my take on it, because there are different definitions. As a former frontline worker myself, a VKS officer on leave, I experienced firsthand the stress and the pressure of fellow colleagues from different ministries, and VKS officers who put their lives on the line daily put their life on the line daily. Mind you, some are volunteers. One second, let me make it bigger. It is a well-known fact that the proper safety net lacks for our frontline workers, essential workers, and first responders. As it relates to VSI employees, specifically our frontline workers, essential workers, and first responders, to be clear, for me, regardless of what title is given, there is absolutely no distinction between them. Our frontline workers, essential workers, first responders worked tirelessly through Hurricane Irma, COVID-19 pandemic, without proper recognition, an assessment of their mental state, receiving the necessary recovery time and support. This, by the way, could also be seen from the result of the employee survey recently conducted in government. In addition, the group of frontline workers, essential workers, first responders within VSR are non-first responders, worked and continue to work tirelessly to meet bureaucratic TWO country package and World Bank processes, procedures, and deadlines to ensure programs and projects can be executed. So to answer the MP, as a minister, I am looking into personnel-related concern for all civil servants within the ministry. Okay, that one I can go. This one? Okay. I assure you that building the morale, the team spirit, tackling mental health issues within the ministry is a priority for my person. One such example of such effort is the Beat the Marines Challenge, to which I participated in with my ministry. Team building. Following question. Do you intend to push forward with SAHA? If not, what is your plan? If it is not, then what? Answer. The Honourable Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair Lead, were informed in the recent meeting regarding SAHA that the draft legislation is currently by the SER for review. It is expected that the advice will be received within short. Again, as soon as the advice is received, the legislation with all accompanying documents will be thoroughly reviewed by my person and the ministry. It is important to note that the Minister of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor, it is my intention to give my stance on this proposed legislation after receiving a comprehensive analysis of the impact of the legislation on 1, SZV and its staff, 2, private insurance employees who handle the health portfolios, and 3, the entire healthcare sector. Having said this, the SAHA forms an integral part of the entire healthcare reform that is urgently needed, and as such, I expect all parties to cooperate, as together we need to find a solution moving forward. SAHA is an urgent matter that has to be dealt with. Regarding the situation at the Flamingo Hotel, in writing, what are the concrete steps moving forward? What have you done already? What directions do you want to take? You didn't answer that one very hardly, though. Okay. All right. I'll keep it brief when it comes, through you, Madam Chair Leader, I'll keep it brief when it comes to this answer. Why? Because currently the Flamingo matter is currently being handled by the ministry. We are receiving some challenges with regard to the cooperation of employees. However, based on the information that we have received through the media and through the individuals that wants to remain anonymous, we have taken that information and we're moving forward with it. So it's a situation that is currently being handled and has the attention of also the Inspectorate of VSR. I would refrain from stating any more to avoid it contaminating or interfering with the investigation. But the bottom line is that the ministry is handling the situation. Okay. Following question, concerning the breakfast program, why does it fall under the Ministry of VSA and not under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport? And do you plan to keep it that way? The answer, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the MP is indeed correct. By law, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport is responsible for such. I will allow the Minister of Education, Youth, and Sport to go into details as to what her ministry is currently doing when it relates to the breakfast program. However, it must be stated that on St. Maarten, we are faced with a poverty reality. Over the years, NGOs, private businesses, citizens play a pivotal role in contributing to a variety of meal programs initiatives in schools, and after-school programs, etc. The former Minister of VSR, now the Honorable Member of Parliament, Omar Otley, also had a pilot program as Minister of VSR, as the minister ultimately responsible for alleviation of poverty on St. Maarten. I consider it my responsibility and of my ministry to work together with the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport on this matter. The initial conversation with Minister Gums has already taken place. Following question, looking at the general health care and vector control, what is your stance on it? What is your plan moving forward? Years ago, fogging was done. When was it done the last time? Is there a vector unit? Are there certified? Or Are they certified people? Question, okay. The vector control falls under the responsibility of Collective Prevention Services, who in 2010 took over some of the tasks and personnel of the then Hygiene Department. This included the existing team of 2 assistants in the Gele Courts and the mosquito bestriding, or what we call today vector control. These staff members undergo job-related training on an almost yearly basis. As it pertains to fogging, it was last done after Irma. However, it should be noted that fogging alone only helps with the adult mosquitoes, and so fogging by itself does not solve the problem. It should be a multifaceted endeavor. This approach from multiple angles. This approach must be done from multiple angles. Information ads that educate the public of exactly what their role is in order to ensure to help fight the breeding of mosquitoes. So for example, we can do the fogging, but if persons in the community are not making sure that there's no basins full of waters, tires with waters where the larvae of mosquitoes are breeding, if they don't do their part, every time we fog it makes no difference because it kills the adult mosquito for there, but the next day they continue to breed. Okay. Then, following question, has the minister considered CPS as a separate entity that is government subsidized as a income generating source? For example, to charge for vaccination, records, and shots. Is this something the minister is thinking on moving forward? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I would like to thank MP York for his advice, his observation. I like the fact that he made suggestions on how we can improve our budget. And that is good. That's being very proactive. So I appreciate that. My answer to his question is further assessment will have to be done concerning this matter before a decision like this can be made because of far-reaching potential consequences to public health. Following question, MP Labega. What plans does the ministry have to promote preventative health initiatives? MP Labega believes the initiative should start in schools in order to live a healthier lifestyle. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, MP Labega, I completely agree with you. CPS conducts school visits through their health observation calendar, where the staff that includes a nutritionist promotes healthy lifestyle through eating well and physical activities. Additionally, collaboration can be further sought with the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport to structurally promote sport and physical activities within secondary schools. But note must be taken of the fact that there are limitations on resources, and so we as a ministry will continue to do the best with what we have. Following questions posed by following MP Sarah Westcott. There is supposed to be a working group between the Ministry of VSR and Education, Culture, Youth and Sport and maybe the Ministry of Justice to curb the possibility of young people to purchase vape and where to purchase vapes? And where is the ministry on this matter? While resources and capacity challenges within the VSI has temporarily slowed down on this initiative, we appreciate your attention on this matter. We will reconnect with Education, Culture, Youth and Sports and Justice to identify the way moving forward on this important initiative forward. Where are we with issues of Huis Arts Praktijk, HAP? Do we have any data with respect to this is not correct.
To what such an institution can mean, with respect to what such an institution can mean.
Okay. Do we have any data to respect to what such an institution can mean for alleviation of the emergency room at the medical center? The recommendation received on the HAP alludes to the fact that the HAP is needed. A plan of proper implementation of such a service is expected to be received within the first quarter of 2025. Following question, with respect to the so-called reparation legislation for the SZV that was at the Council of Advice, that would include coverage of persons that fall between the cracks in terms of medical coverage, such as sole proprietors, the vendors, and taxi and bus drivers. Can an update be provided? The advice was received from the Council of Advice. The NADA report is currently being drafted. There was a delay in the process due to the change of the consultant that was hired to handle this draft legislation. Minimum wage based on the cost of living goes in effect 1st of January 2025. With the increase in minimum wage, the understand needs to be adjusted. Did the review of the financial assessment based on the increase of the minimum wage? Has that review taken place? What has it healed? Were the financial assistance amount for some persons needed to be adjusted based on the increase of minimum wage? If so, can you provide some numbers like it regards X amount of persons? The answer, the financial aid calculation takes into consideration the minimum wage, and as the minimum wage increase, so does threshold for income for the applicants. As the income for applicants is pegged to the minimum wage. Okay. The increase of the minimum wage does not affect the total financial aid paid out to beneficiaries. The increase in minimum wage simply increased the income threshold allowed for applicants to qualify for financial aid, so that there is no negative impact with the increase of minimum wage. This is based on
Article 6.
Okay, this is based on Article 6 of the Landsbesluit. De Landsbesluit de uitvoering van financiële bijstand voor referencing. Oh, okay. Are the STEP survey results in? What are these? The STEP survey was finalized in October. The data is currently being cleaned and prepared for processing. 2014 valid interviews were completed, and 775 blood tests was carried out. The initial result from the
Preliminary.
hold on, let me drink some water. The initial results from the preliminary data analysis will likely be completed in the late January, early February. A preliminary report may be drafted in late February or early March. The final report should be completed by April. Following question: is the ministry pursuing, and if so, how far are they with respect to the changes to the civil code for labor contracts? Okay. Civil code for labor contracts. Answer: the updates to Book 7, Title 10 of the Civil Code that governs labor agreement was last updated in 2022. A monitoring period is necessary to properly evaluate its effect. Once this is completed, it can be evaluated and further determined if a change is warranted. If that is the case, assistance of the Ministry of Justice, who is the responsible party for the Civil Code, will be sought. During this monitoring period, the ministry will increase awareness, control, which will also ensure that workers' and employers' rights and responsibilities are guaranteed. Following question: a letter was sent with regard to the feeding program for the elderly. A response is anticipated. Okay. With regard to this statement, yes, we did receive the letter. A response was also presented in writing. A response to the letter was presented to Parliament on December 19, 2024. So, and booked in. Yes. And I also mentioned it was within the timeline of the 3 weeks, so we weren't late. Just to be clear. Following question: a visit was made by the MP to the White and Yellow Cross, showing a need for a facility or the expansion for the services executed by the White and Yellow Cross to look after people with dementia, and the waiting list for that program is large. It is a matter of getting approval from SZV. Is it a matter? No, is it? Okay. Is it a matter of getting approval from SZV? Has any progress been made on this? Can I get an overview of where things are at? The White and Yellow Cross recognizes the urgent growing need for specialized care in our community. To meet the demand, they are currently in the process of increasing their capacity by implementing a phased expansion approach over a 4-year period. The White and Yellow Cross submitted their first request of expansion services, which was granted in October 2024 and will lead to an increase of 20 clients who can receive psychiatric care. Psychogeriatric care. Said it correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah. All right. Madam Chair Lady, that was the end of all the questions posed by members of Parliament. I hope that the answers were clear, and if there's need for clarification.
Thank you, Minister Brugge, for those answers to the questions by members of parliament. And in this round, of course, we have the opportunity for members of parliament to react or ask anything additionally within their time allotted to them and based on what you have used or not used yet. So I see that we have MP De Wever. I give the floor to MP De Wever.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you, Minister, and your team and everyone tuned in. Regarding the answer of the PP cards and what was included in that total, that's very clear that it includes medical costs for abroad, for medical attention abroad, and because more care is being done or more treatment is being done locally, we're basically intending to see a decrease in that. It just triggered a question that over the years you've heard about us having additional doctors from other parts of the Dutch Kingdom practice here. So I just wanted to know what the status was with that, if it's already opened up to others, if that means that that's why we're seeing, we're going to see a decrease in medical care abroad and more of an increase here locally. But one of the things that, we've been hearing a lot lately, I've been hearing a lot lately personally, is persons that have complained to the length of time that they have to wait before they have to see a doctor. And this is a specialist. So that is for eye specialists, that is for to see a neurologist, to see any, oncologist, that sort of thing. So especially people with cancer treatment have had to wait for several months. I know of someone that went in to see an internist. They said that they had to wait, several months, even to get certain x-rays and stuff done. It takes a lot of time. I don't expect people to be sent abroad for that kind of work and here, but what happens is, stress is a big factor in our care and in how any illness that we're dealing with is how it's exasperated then at a certain extent. And what it's causing to the persons that are messaging me or, inquiring with me about why these things are happening, they're getting stress. So stress is the worst thing that you could have added on to being sick, added on to waiting so long for a doctor. So I think this is slightly related to maybe this big register that everybody was talking about. So if I wanted to, to sum up then, what is the status of the big register? Does it mean that we're going to get more doctors coming into the island from outside the Dutch Kingdom, one? And if you can explain me what that impact will have on the timing of how long we have to wait to have appointments. I know that is not directly under your ministry. That is something that we're doing at the hospital, but your influence in policies or legislative changes will have an impact on that because of the fact that, people are just saying that they're waiting too long. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you for the word. Minister, thank you for the answers given thus far. A blessed day to your faction, also those in the Tribune, those listening, and my colleagues. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister. You mentioned that you had a meeting with the employees from the Hilton. And you mentioned the word anonymous multiple times. And I want to explain you exactly what the problem is. And I'm not saying that every civil servant is like that. I'm not saying that the whole ministry has that problem. But the problem remains that an employee is being abused by a group or feels abused, but does not feel comfortable enough to come and file a complaint at the Labor Department, a department that should actually be there for the employees, because that information will one way or the other get back to his employer, where he or she will then feel victimized. Minister, before you took that position, when you were on this side, we had numerous conversations. And this was one of them. Take everything you get with a grain of salt. Pay attention to what is going on in the ministry. Pay attention. An employee should feel safe to come to you, come to your cabinet when they are having problems with their employers. Minister, it is not the first time that people are complaining concerning this entity. So then we already know that there is a problem. Something is wrong. It is not the first time that an investigation has taken place or questions were asked. So in your letting the department follow its course with an investigation, I definitely expect, Minister, that you're at the head of that. Because you have families that are suffering. You have mothers who have to take care of the kids and feel like that they have nowhere to turn. And we both are married men, and we wouldn't like that to happen to our kids or our wives. So I'm actually, and I do understand that you don't want to divulge too much of what is being done or what you're actually doing, but I do expect that that information, if not on the floor of Parliament, the persons that brought that information to you, that they have that information, hey, this is the plan, this is where we're going. If you feel victimized, if your bosses tell you anything, please come right back to us. That is the minimum that I would expect from you, Minister. On that topic. The next topic, through you, Madam Chair Lady. Minister, could you provide or at least let us know where one could receive that information to be able to open a facility like the White and Yellow Cross? Because I got a question about it. So there are people that are asking, what is the procedure? What do I need to do? And then one more. One more topic that I didn't hear you mention, right, is your sentiments on sin tax. That was a question that I threw out to all ministers. So the taxation of sugar products, alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and prostitution, seeing that that would be something that would benefit your ministry the most out of all. So I'd like your thoughts on that also, Minister. That'll be all for me. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz, for your questions and comments. And I now give the floor to MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Minister and the support staff. And good morning to, or good afternoon to all of the viewing public. Minister, a couple things, I think you touched on pretty much almost everything. A couple things were not 100% clear to me. So if you could get some clarification on the following. You said thank you for the idea for the revenue generation, but I didn't really get your opinion on it. I didn't really think you tackled that. The digitalization plans for the departments, in particular youth health care. I don't know if I missed that part. Maybe you did, but I think I missed it. You spoke about the buses, but I didn't get if that is in your plan moving forward as it pertains to the rejuvenation or renovation of repairs of those buses. I didn't really get that out of the explanation. Maybe I missed it. And
as it pertains to the Flamingo case, to continue on what MP LaCruz said, I would like to personally request a hands-on approach from your person in this particular matter, because as you have understood thus far, there's a lot of trust issues, and I'm not directing it to any particular entity or person, but I think this requires a hands-on approach from your person, through you, Madam Chair, of course, to your to your person. And that would be it for my question. So if I could get some clarification on those couple of things, would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. And just a quick remark there in terms of indicating to the minister through the chair as well as to the members of parliament, because you don't want it to become a back and forth. So that's why I constantly remind all that the questions and answers, comments go through the chair. Thank you, MP York, for your questions. And I continue and I give the floor to MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Once again, good afternoon to the Minister and support staff. Thank you for answering the questions. I more have a suggestion, comment through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. It's good to hear that the ministry is prioritizing preventive initiatives when it pertains to health. And I know you said that resources are limited, as with most ministries. Just a suggestion, when it comes to within the school system, I believe if you share the idea with the community, there's a lot of individuals that would and will volunteer their time to share this type of information, especially when it comes to our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Good morning again. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and support staff. I would like to thank the mic doing something. Madam Chair, it's on? My mic?
Yes, you should be. Yes.
I'd like to thank the minister and the support staff for answering the questions. I'd just like to make two suggestions to the minister. Minister, I've listened to your answering of the questions. I can detect, I don't think the mic is.
No, no, it's green. Just now it's red. No, try again, MP. Push it down. I don't know what's wrong with that thing of yours. I'm sorry, the mic. I don't know what's wrong with your mic. It's a little internal joke. MP Myers, you may continue. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll start over. Honorable Minister, thank you for answering, and your support staff, thank you for answering the questions. A suggestion to you, I know when you're on this side of the hall and you're asking the questions, it's a bit different than when you have to answer them. So I detect that you're a little nervous. So in the future, just relax, and they're just questions that you have to answer. So just relax and answer those questions, and you'll be all right. We've all who've served as ministers have experienced that. I can remember my first time in the Island Council. I think I had the worst of any sitting member that was ever elected. I had the worst debut in the Island Council. So don't worry about it too much. Two things. I remember years ago, and you don't have to answer this now, you could actually answer this in the openbare vergadering. Patients' Bill of Rights. That was something that the ministry had started to work on years ago, because what we find is that while our patients, when you're sick, they don't seem to necessarily have legal rights to decide, well, okay, I don't feel that I'm getting the necessary where I want with this doctor, or I want to do this, something that is outlined to let the patients know what their rights are as a patient. I think that's important. Secondly, I think what you should do, and I mean, it's only been a couple of days since you've been minister, come with a comprehensive plan, and when we have the openbare vergadering, then you can present what it is you want to do with the ministry now that you're at the helm of the Ministry of VSR. And then lastly, I've heard a lot of suggestions in regards to the gasoline, the 1 cent on the gasoline, and also the sin tax. My suggestion there is that the COM, in that decision making, I would propose that all ministries, instead of it going into the general coffers of because that's once you generate more funds, no matter what ministry it comes from, it goes into the general coffers. I would ask the COM to make a policy that all revenues that are generated by ministries per ministry, that be done as a surplus and can be then directed directly into that ministry the following budget year. So for example, if the Ministry of Sports add 1 or 2, I think 1 cent is too less. If we're really serious about sports and youth, I think it should be anywhere between 2 and 3 cents, because then you could actually get concrete results as far as infrastructure is concerned. But that money specifically goes to sports, not in the general coffers. The same with the sin tax, public health, because public health is the one who then in turn pays the medical bills. So sin tax, that should be specifically for public health as a surplus, as opposed to the other regular taxes that we do. So if you and your staff could put something like that together and propose it to Parliament, I think we'll be on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Myers. I now give the floor to MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed afternoon to the Honorable Minister of VSA and its support staff. I am also very happy to see that my questions were answered. And as it does say, practice makes perfect, so take your time and remain focused. In regards to my questions, though, I do have a little addition to it. First of all, I'm happy to see that the legal help desk is continuing, and I'm also happy to see that there is a master class structures to be taking place every quarter, and especially happy seeing the recent labor events and issues that seem to be taking place on the island, that there will be, the first one upcoming will be in regards to labor law, because I always believe in education is key, and once you know your rights to the law, you would know how to tackle it in the proper manner, and also know your accessibility to the right channels. So I commend the ministry on continuing with that. Other than that, I do want to give some feedback in regards to consultation sessions. I would like to ask the ministry to look into making sure that there will be legal-minded people on rotation in the help desk, and not only every quarter, because you know you would like to have accessibility to the law, so to look into how that can be taking place in a structured manner. And I'm always willing to think together and assist where I can assist and get colleagues on board and or assist in other ways needed. So that I would like to add in regards to the part of the legal help desk. Other than that, I did also understand, I don't know which colleague MP asked the question in regards to the cannabis legislation. Yesterday I was talking to other colleagues and the previous VSI minister in regards to that. And I think it was MP Utley, who was also a VSI minister. So I just would like to have some kind of clarity on that legislation and the documents connected to it. I would like to ask if it's possible to get certain documents submitted if needed in a private setting, or submitted in a private manner, confidential, so that I can look into this legislation, parties involved, what is really the cannabis legislation and our work group, and where are we with it, and where are we going with it, so that everything that happens transparent and fair, and that it will benefit country Sint Maarten on a whole, and that all parties and stakeholders involved has been consulted. And yeah, that's what I would like to bring forward for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. I see MP Utley requesting the floor. MP Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of VSI and his support staff. Honorable Minister, I too would like to echo the sentiments of my colleague. I know it can be a bit nerve-wracking your first time, but just take your time. And something that I used to do is I used to request my answers 3 days before so that I have the time to do what I need to do. Another thing I would like to tell you, Minister, when you're reading your answers needs to be your answers. That is why it's important, through you, Madam Chair. Do not just take the answers as it comes and deliver it. You see, the Honorable Prime Minister has a Mr. Johnson, who I know would fix certain answers. Certain ministers has someone. Take my advice and make sure the answer suits your vision and what you want to carry out. In the line of VSA, there's going to be a lot of can'ts, I can't, it won't, it's not possible. Your job as minister is to use your foresight and say, how can we make this possible? What trajectory is needed to make this possible? Also, something as important as the health levy, the tax, tourist tax. The answer that was stated is that the cabinet has not seen it as yet. It's at the SED. It's in DIV, Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Chair. This is one of the most important tools that is being mentioned as revenue generating by this government. It was brought by the previous government, but it's one of the most important tools that you are hearing by this government. And it started and it was paid for under the Ministry of VSR. So please have your staff review and ensure, because it was viewed to be as well as a health levy, like I stated, once the money goes into the coffers, the original intention within government was to allocate certain amount of funds to SZV to deal with that backlog. So please take control and ensure that you protect SZV while the country makes money. Another thing, I'm happy to hear you also, through you, Madam Chair, clarify that AOV, of course, is not taxed. It's lower than the threshold to be taxed. The problem is because it's so low, our pensioners who receive AOV are just solely are suffering, and then those who can receive extra income are then taxed. So I'm happy to see, again, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. The AOV pension will be raised, you said, as of January 1st. The minimum wage will be raised as of January 1st. And you have a responsibility. There are going to be those that say, oh, because you raised the minimum wage, prices are going to go up. Then that's the responsibility of each ministry to ensure that there's no price gouging and to ensure that the stores are carrying out their responsibility. But you cannot stop your job, which is raising the minimum wage, for fear of this. Because if you don't raise the minimum wage, guess what? Prices will go up either way. Because what allows it to raise is the indexation of the cost of living. So which means prices went up. As it relates to the cannabis, what I would even like is a meeting to be called where a clear overview can be given to the new members of parliament and the public that go through everything and every aspect of the cannabis. Because I think people think that cannabis legislation means it's coming tomorrow. The process hasn't even started. The company is to sit with each ministry and go through and prepare the legislation. And what is most importantly is that nothing can even happen unless Parliament approves. Parliament has to approve. So the fear-mongering with the cannabis legislation needs to stop, because it still has to come to Parliament. And any changes that members of Parliament want, you are subject to make. But I do stand by the cannabis legislation when I see Antigua making upwards of $30 million a year and projected to double in the next coming years. You stated that you cannot speak about it. Through you, Madam Chair, for legal purposes. I'm lost. What legal purposes? Because the Minister of TEAT is clearly spearheading it and speaking about it. And I support her on this because it's a revenue-generating measure. And I know that we're going to have a lot of mixed emotions with the churches and so forth, but that is what this is about, and involving stakeholders is about. But we have to make a decision. What are we going to do as a country if we are going to get with the times or be left behind? And that's why this position, through you, Madam Chair, takes cojones to make those decisions that others are afraid to make. Through you, Madam Chair, any other ministry can probably tell me that they didn't have time to work on policies, and you're only there 24 days, but not this ministry. Because if one ministry I know that is ready to rock and roll, is this ministry, with low-hanging fruits, stuff that is there. Take my advice. Do not go in and think you know the world, because we will come and go. But these people in the department, through you, Madam Chair, has been there and probably going to be there longer than us. Sit with them, get their ideas, and implement their policies with your twist immediately. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt who served 24 days, 25 days. You get the benefit of the doubt, but it's not going to be for too long.
MP, your time.
Thank you. I was in my zone.
I see, sir. Thank you, MP Otley. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify something, I don't think when few question things about the marijuana legislation that it's necessary fear-mongering. It's asking for clarification. Because when you speak to one minister, one minister says, through you, Madam Chair, that it's too early in the process to have an opinion on the marijuana legislation when it comes to sharing information. And then that very same minister, through you, Madam Chair, just a couple of weeks ago, put out an article saying the legislation is almost here. And then you sit here and you hear from another minister that the information that is there is confidential. Yes, one would then ask questions. I understand that, you know, the legislation is the baby of the former speaker and he's very sensitive about it, but it's our job to ask questions when, you know, things become over a bit questionable, because it can't be that two ministers working on the same legislation that has to do with the same legislation and gives two different answers. And when you read what's in the media, in the written media, you get one impression, and when you ask a question face-to-face, you get a total different answer. So yes, the questions will keep coming until those documents are shown and it's transparent to everyone in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP York. The Minister, you have heard the comments and the questions. Allow me just to add to get some clarification with respect to some of the answers that you gave. First of all, I want to thank you for expressing your willingness to pick up this issue on vaping amongst our youth, which has only gotten worse since I started to champion the issue some years ago to the government at the time. If the minister can explain who is doing the evaluation or the assessment with respect to the huisartsenpraktijk, so the HAP. I need to also understand that the minister is indicating that based on the increase of the minimum wage, that no understand amounts, so no understand recipient amounts need to be adjusted, because they could have been falling just above the minimum wage threshold, but with the minimum wage going up, you could have, I would think, some cases who would need to be reassessed because of the increase in the minimum wage. So I just wanted to make sure that that has been done and there is no such cases to be amended because of the minimum wage increase. I look forward and I ask the minister, so as soon as the information of the STEPS survey is cleaned up and can be shared with Parliament, if that can be done, please. I take note of the minister's respond that the letter, his response to my letter was booked in, was sent to Parliament yesterday. I join my colleagues in asking some further explanation as to the issue and the concern that I picked up from the minister regarding the cannabis legislation. And the minister was kind of hesitant about referring to it because there seemed to be whatever is taking place, I don't know. But if the minister can provide some more information where that is concerned, I am going to address the matter of the results satisfaction survey amongst the civil servants, but I guess that will be to the Prime Minister when he's here with us again. And if the minister, and now this is a request which can be fulfilled going towards the public meeting on the budget, if we can receive some labor stats in terms of unemployment, as well as whether there have been any queries and complaints from employees regarding their rights as the last changes to the labor contract law that were passed here by Parliament, such as the increase in maternity leave, paternity leave, the changes of company. Has the ministry received any complaints and or queries about those changes? And my reference to changes have to do with the fact that there seemed to be some initiative at the ministry to make additional changes to the labor contract law. That was my question about that. But Minister, with respect to the statistics, etc., that can be provided when the written answers are going to be provided to Parliament. The Minister, once again, thank you for the answers, and I look forward to getting the additional answers for all of the members of Parliament when you return to briefly address these or towards the public meeting. So I now go over and I give the floor to MP Duran, to the Minister. To address the Minister.
Soon. Good afternoon, Madam President, honorable colleagues, honorable Minister and support staff, those in the Tribune, and everyone that is tuned in. Madam Chair, through you, I just have 2 points to the Minister. What is the Ministry's views on the whole situation with rotating specialists? I have had this point brought up several times, but I never really get a clear-cut answer. I understand that if we're faced with certain situations, we have to adjust in order to make sure that there's continuity. But I believe that the rotating specialist project has caused more harm than good. I could only speak on personal experience so that there's no second-hand experience here. I've seen 3 different eye specialists, for instance, and gotten 3 different points of view. And ultimately, the last one helped, but I'm here on behalf of the people, and I know that other persons are experiencing these things with different specialists. Is it the intention to cut out the whole rotating specialists? I think they do it with the dermatologists, the eye specialists, the ENT doctors. What is the plan where that is concerned? Is it because we don't have enough volume? Can you please, through you, Madam Chair, give an indication as to what are the ministry's views in terms of how that is going to continue? And secondly, which ties into the similar situation with a change, but now when you go to medical referrals abroad, sometimes someone started their treatment in Panama, then they end up in Colombia, then they're back in Panama, then in Santo Domingo, then in Colombia. What is the intention with the ministry where that is concerned? I know that from what I've made to understand is that they're saying, okay, if they have a bill or a bad relationship in Santo Domingo, then they send them to Colombia, and it continues to go like that. And I find it quite unfortunate, and I would like to know what is the long-term plan moving forward with that is concerned, because it can be quite bothersome for the patient, so to speak. And remember, when you're in a medical situation, you're very vulnerable, and the continuous change can never be good. So those are my 2 extra points. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran, for addressing those matters. And then I don't see any further need at this point, Minister, this would mean that we will break with your ministry, and via the secretariats, you will indicate when you're able to come back and address the additional points that have been raised. And so, you want to say something before I adjourn this part of the meeting? You have the floor, Minister.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'd just like to thank the members of Parliament. I know I'm coming back to give the answers, but I'd like to thank you very much for your constructive criticism. And I do take all that you have said into account. And thank you very much for understanding that it is the first hurdle. But again, I will not, how do you say? It will get better, for sure, I guarantee you. And to the public of St. Maarten as well.
Thank you, Minister. Members of Parliament, this meeting is now going to be adjourned. I see the Prime Minister is in the hall here with us, and the Prime Minister is up next to basically finalize his answers. However, we are at the lunchtime mark. It seems like every time the Prime Minister is here, he gets caught up in this, in the lunch timing. But Prime Minister, what I'll do, I'll ask the indulgence of the members of Parliament and others who will be joining us here. We'll keep it very short. So we will take a half an hour, and then we will continue with your presentation, your answers, Prime Minister, because I don't want the members to be leaving your presentation and thus. So, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to adjourn the meeting until 1:45. So we're going to be having 30 minutes break at this time. Thank you for your understanding, Prime Minister, and I hereby adjourn this meeting until 1:45. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After that shortened lunch break, we continue with our meeting, our Central Committee meeting dealing with the draft budget 2025 for the country St. Martin. As we continue to receive the ministers to provide answers to the members of Parliament, we now have the Prime Minister. Welcome, Prime Minister and support staff back in the halls of Parliament. And in the case of your ministry, the Ministry of General Affairs, some additional questions to your answers were posed, and thus the Prime Minister is here this afternoon to go into the additional questions that were posed to him regarding his ministry yesterday. So, Prime Minister, welcome once again, and I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary General also, Madam Chair, members of Parliament, my support staff here sitting next to me, and the people of St. Maarten in general, good afternoon. As Madam Chair said, we're going to go immediately into giving answer to the questions that has been posed yesterday by the members of Parliament. At the first, we start with MP Mrs. De Wever. It's about a question about the real estate properties of government. It's the amount for the rent for the tourist office on Front Street. That amount, is that in dollars or is that in guilders? The rental amount that the Member of Parliament is referring to is the amount of 27,307.23 cents per month for the tourist office on Front Street, and this amount is in US dollars. This is reflected in the budget under the name Economics and Tourists. In the overview of huurgebouwen, rental buildings, it is listed as number 76 under the name Vineyard Private Fund Foundation. But actually, it's wrongly stated under Vineyard Private Fund Foundation as a name. The correct name is EFB Properties. So you can find it also in the appendix, the annex of the budget, and it's in on page 112. You can find it actually on the list. You find it under the name of Vineyard Private Fund Foundation, but the correct name is the EFB Properties, and the amount is in dollars. Question number 2 from Member of Parliament, Mrs. Ludmila De Wever. The real estate property list is not complete and needs to have a correct version to include everyone in it. MP, through you, Madam Chair, the real estate property list will be re-verified to ensure it remains up to date, inclusive of any name change or ownership change. So you are correct, and we are going to pay attention to that. Directing myself now to answering MP Jansen-Webster. Her statement was in question. With GB, it was mentioned about alleviation. Can you elaborate on what you did concretely and the meetings that you did have to work on solutions? On November the 1st, 2024, a meeting was held with management of GEBE and members of the Council of Ministers to begin actually discussions on the cost of energy bills and the fuel clause with the aim of determining the possibility of relief on energy bills. Thereafter, given the complexities involved, it was decided by the Council of Ministers that it would be best to appoint the BTP to consult with the relevant stakeholders and present government with their findings and recommendations on how best to handle the fuel cost and the fuel clause. This request has been formally made to the BTP, and communication has taken place with the relevant stakeholders, informing them of this development and requesting their cooperation. This approach is intended to ensure that the examination of the fuel clause and the fuel clause is as thorough as possible so that any possible relief will be long-lasting and effective, while ensuring that our government-owned company, NVGEBE, can operate in a sustainable manner. Going now to answers from MP Irion. Are you then willing to make endorsement letters for every entity that comes to you for a request for an endorsement? The answer is, I will not hesitate to write a letter of endorsement or take any necessary action if it aligns with the best interest of our people and contributes to the growth and prosperity of our beloved country. So let me make this perfectly clear. My only agenda is to serve the people of Sint Maarten. I have no personal business interests, no hidden motives. My sole purpose is to work tirelessly for the betterment of our great country. At no point and time were any funds solicited via my endorsement letter. The 250 guilders net apparently was paid. So what was the brutto amount paid? The net amount of 250 guilders has been disbursed. However, it's the responsibility of each individual to comply with the law when filling in their income tax. Monetary benefits received, including non-cash benefit such as vouchers, must be reported as part of your income when submitting your tax return. Regarding the payout process, it's important to reiterate that gratification payments cannot be equated with a Christmas payment, as they are fundamentally different. Gratification and certain allowances are governed by the Landsverordening Materieel Ambtenarenrecht, the so-known LMA. As such, gratification payments must adhere to the applicable legislative and policy requirements, which do not apply to the Christmas payment. Question number 3. Did this COM only use a COM decision for this payment? Therefore, there should be no excuses to pay for things. The decision by the Council of Ministers authorized the payment to proceed. As it's widely known, most decisions of the Council of Ministers and ministers are regulated by law. Using the example of gratification, it is clearly outlined in regulations how such matters should be addressed. This is not the case for this extra pay by the government. Therefore, the decision of the Council of Ministers was the necessary step to enable the payment to proceed. Question 4. Who will make the payments for the jubilees, and will they be paid this year? And it seems all you need is a calm decision to do so. The jubilees will be paid in 2025 when the law is implemented. Question number 5. How much money was raised for this initiative? Will government get these lights afterward? Will they be stored to be used again next year? So there would be no need to endorse such a lighting project again. Madam Chair, this is another question designed to distract from the purpose of an endorsement. The amount of money raised is at the discretion of the business community and the organization responsible for the Christmas light project. How much was received or what they did with the funds raised does not fall under my responsibility and or purview. The lights are not and will not become property of the government, as the sole involvement of government was only an endorsement. Questions now from MP Otley. Lack of respect to the members of parliament. It was answered already. The request is to repeat the answers. As of now, I have no problem to repeat the same answer again on the floor of Parliament. I understand his request, and we will honor it, no problem. Question number 2. Did anyone that you hired in your term require dispensation? And if it was required, was it requested to work in your cabinet? Members of cabinet that derive from outside of the organization are hired by means of contract. In the event that a civil servant goes to a cabinet, this is done by means of transfer to the cabinet through a national decree. Question number 3. What is the role of a caretaker government? What can you and cannot do? A caretaker government typically focuses on maintaining day-to-day operation and handling ongoing matters, commonly referred to as lopende zaken. Additionally, it is understood that during this period, Parliament has the authority to provide guidance to the Council of Ministers regarding its expectations for the caretaker administration. It is also well established that a caretaker government refrains from initiating new projects or policies that could obligate or compromise the incoming government. Question number 4. Can I see the contractual date on the first 10 generators when that was signed? And I would like to see the date of the board's approval for the payment of the generators or the transfer of the funds for these generators. It can also be done confidentially. It's no problem. I can give the answer. The Supervisory Board of Directors authorized the temporary manager of GB to finalize negotiations and enter into a rental agreement to rent the 10 megawatt generators on June the 24th, 2024. Rental agreement was countersigned on June the 27th, 2024. Initial down payment was processed and authorized for release on June the 28th, 2024. Can I get a list of the sponsors that the Prime Minister sent the endorsement letter to? The answer on this is the endorsement letter was solely submitted to the organization that requested the endorsement letter. Question number 6. Did the COM approve the endorsement letter for the lights? The answer is the Council of Ministers did not approve the endorsement letter, as this is not necessary. Individual members of the Council of Ministers are at liberty to endorse activities or projects within the community at their discretion. At no point in time were any funds solicited via my endorsement letter. It was solely to endorse the project as a whole and to bring holiday cheer to the people and the visitors of St. Maarten. We are going now to Member of Parliament, Mr. Franklin Myers. It was actually not a question, it was a statement actually. Prime Minister was commended for what he was doing, and the Member of Parliament is grateful that the Christmas lights are up. Member of Parliament Myers, it's not only you that is so happy with those lights. In general, the community of St. Maarten stands with you in your feeling about the contribution of these lights. So I honor your statement and I appreciate it very much. MP York, what are the concerns that were dialogued between the World Bank and the Trust Fund? Was it the intended goal of this dialogue? As previously communicated, both verbally and in writing to the director of the NRPB, the social and economic consequences of the current situation are highly undesirable. It is important to highlight, however, that prior to the initiation of this bidding process, the project in its current form had already been ratified by the previous administration. Consequently, during the project's development phase, the government at that time should have given due consideration to the established criteria and their implementation. Thus, these are the points we would like to address with this current government, with the NRPB, and of course, the World Bank and the Netherlands. Question number 2 from a Member of Parliament, York. In the final days, the criteria was abruptly changed and raised by the NRPB. Thus, the local contractors could not meet the new criteria. How were these criteria abruptly changed and raised? Based on what was this bar raised? What kind of investigation was done on this matter? Were there any questions posed by the NRPB as it pertains to any kind of affiliation with anybody that works with the NRPB with a Chinese company? Have these questions been posed? Answer to these questions. Madam Chair, I can repeat my answer given to the previous questions asked on this subject, but I want to be clear that I'm not in agreement with the result of the bidding process. However, with this project already ratified by previous government, change of scope will be challenging. Nevertheless, this matter has my utmost attention, as mentioned in my letter to the NRPB on July 26, 2024. In regards to investigations done, NRPB indicated that as part of the tender and subsequent award process, bidders have to provide documentation on their eligibility, discounts offered, and the beneficial ownership of the relevant company. Furthermore, the World Bank has specific procedures in place for state-owned enterprises and institutions. This documentation is carefully reviewed to ensure compliance with the instructions to the bid and with the applicable procurement regulations of the World Bank. To date, from information submitted by the relevant company under the applicable procedures, there is no indication that the relevant company is either owned or subsidized by a foreign government. There is also no indication that the company is subject to a debarment imposed by the World Bank Group, nor is there any indication that there are any grounds on the applicable laws or procedures to challenge the eligibility of the firm. Question number 3. The opinion was asked of the Prime Minister on how the shareholder representation of government-owned companies and how it should be moving forward, and not what the definition of a shareholder rep is. In my previous response, I did not provide a formal definition of a shareholder or a shareholder representative. Rather, I outlined the current operational framework. The Member of Parliament inquired whether this responsibility would continue to reside with the full Council of Ministers or revert to individual ministers. I clarified that at present it remains under the purview of the full Council of Ministers. However, also noted that there is potentials during the term of this Council of Ministers for a reallocation or adjustment in this distribution of responsibility. For example, by appointing a point of contact for a government-owned company. Madam Chair, I think that I have adhered to the answers necessary for the questions of the members of Parliament, and hereby I would like to give you the floor back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Mercelina, Minister of General Affairs, and for those answers provided to the additional questions posed by members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, as you know, the opportunity now is just for you to maybe, if necessary, make a comment, but not any additional questions. You can make a comment or ask of the Prime Minister, for example, to receive whatever information going towards the public meeting, but that would be it for this part of the Ministry of General Affairs. MP York, in that context, do you wanted to make a query? You may go ahead, MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon once again to the Prime Minister and his support staff and the viewing public. Two quick points. Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. As it pertains to the criteria being changed, whether or not anything was ratified by the previous government, which I don't see how something that's going on during the summer has to do with the previous government that was gone since, that left office since May. But for the sake of that discussion, criteria is made clear prior to bidding on a project. So if anything was ratified, that would, by the previous government, or any government, whether it's this one, the previous one, doesn't matter, it would have been done and made clear prior to the bid. Not during a bid. Not during. So that alone reeks that something is wrong, and to just throw it on the previous government or any government in respect to the Prime Minister, I find that answer to be utter nonsense. So it doesn't really make sense to me. And as it pertains to constant reference back to the meaning of the funds and the understanding of what the trust funds is to be used on.
MP, you need to wrap up.
I'll wrap it up right now, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. These funds provided by the Kingdom of the Netherlands and administered by the World Bank were designed to rebuild the nation, strengthen local capacities, and empower the people. I don't see from that mission or vision how anything that's happening now complies with that of the World Bank and Trust Fund. So thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MP Duran, you wish to make use of the possibility to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. You know, I admire the always referencing back to the old government when it's convenient and otherwise when it's not convenient, because it was the old government that did a tender to repair the village. We didn't get credit in that press release. Nevertheless, Madam Chair, through you to the Prime Minister, regarding the question that I posed yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here because I was attending a graduation for Academy. But I heard you mention that the case was closed since April, with the previous government was sitting there regarding the NRPB payout. I will be coming back on that in a public meeting, so I just want to make a mention that I urge you, Prime Minister, to get all the relevant documents so that you can be abreast of the situation. And another notable point, Madam Chair, lastly, is that yesterday we had the Minister of TIAT here that mentioned, although the scope of works changed, it didn't have to retender. I just heard the Prime Minister say, once the scope of work changed, you have to retender. And the Prime Minister is 100% correct. So I would like some clarity on the point for the marketplace not being retendered from a general affairs perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. Any other member of Parliament wishes to? We have MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Prime Minister's support staff. Yeah, I just want to thank and commend the Prime Minister. I think it's, you know, we've been clear, although yesterday I was listening and I'm hearing a lot of, from the other side, you hear a member saying that, you know, you did not answer a question concerning to finance, and that how finance didn't answer it, but then yet the same MP is referring back to an answer that finance gave to then give back to the Prime Minister. So it was a bit confused at that point, and it's interesting to see. So, but I must commend the Prime Minister also for everything you've done. I think the general public of St. Maarten will have a nice Christmas. You know, and as I know that every Christmas story there has to be a Grinch. So we've seen that in Parliament as well. But I commend you, and all the best for the season.
Thank you, MP Waver. I don't see any other member of Parliament wishing to address the Prime Minister, except for me asking briefly if the Prime Minister can provide us towards the public meeting with the employee satisfaction, the results of the employee satisfaction survey. If that can be sent to Parliament, we were seeking it out here in Parliament, but have not been able to locate it in our file. So if that can be sent, the results, of course, can be sent to Parliament. Other than that, I would then want to thank you, Prime Minister. And you wanted to say something, so I'll give you a chance to do that as I just say, yeah, thank you for providing the answers on the budget proposals of the Ministry of General Affairs, AZET, and Prime Minister, I give you the word.
Madam Chair, thank you very, very much. I would like only to make use of this opportunity to wish all the members of Parliament and their family a happy season, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year, because I think we're going to see each other back many times in next year. And I'm looking forward to unity, inclusiveness, construction, and positivism for us to work together to solve the challenging problems of this country. And once more, thank you very, very much for your collaboration for us to get there with this country where we all envision to be. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and once again, thank you and your support staff. And I also extend the best wishes for the holiday season, a very Merry Christmas and enjoyable season until we meet up next year, God's willing, in an official capacity at least, and hopefully to deal with the budget. So to you and all of yours, happy holidays. I now adjourn the meeting for 3 minutes to allow the Prime Minister to leave and for us to ascertain which minister is following. Thank you, Prime Minister. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. We just adjourned for the Prime Minister to take leave and to welcome the Minister of VROMI, Minister Patrice Gums Jr. And Minister, welcome as you now will go into the questions posed by members of Parliament after the presentation by the Minister of Finance on the budget. Members had the opportunity to, of course, ask questions regarding the different ministries, which they have done, and the Minister is here to provide those answers. Before I really give the floor to the Minister of VROMI, members of Parliament, just a reminder, for those of you who have not yet sent in your questions in writing to our Secretariat, I ask you to do that, please, as it facilitates the working on the report and the notice based on that final report of Parliament. And as much as you can combine that as a faction, of course, that helps as well, because in the report, questions and comments are lumped together by faction. So with those small remarks, I now give the floor to the Minister Patrice Gums of VROMI. Minister, you have the floor.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to all. I'll dive right into it because I know everyone is on the edge. Okay. From the Member of Parliament, R12 MR Arian asked, apologies, we just kind of lost ourselves in this. Yes, okay. One of the ministers, I will also save the minister's question about, do you see anything wrong with the raffling of the ministry planned for this weekend, as well as do you see anything wrong with the government accepting sponsorship, as well as the legal basis for the sponsorship? Is there a license? I will save that question for the last because it's quite lengthy. I'll go to the MP's second question. Ministers mentioned in the past he would do things differently. For the last few road projects with regards to laying asphalt, was it done like before or in a new way, being thicker than the one done before? The present way of laying asphalt is thicker than before, and the manner in which the roads are aligned. Empyrean, if this has been viewed by you as stated as different, I invite you to write an official letter to my person indicating which road you were present on as stated by your person, and that time, and what time, and it will be submitted evidence to be brought forth to the contractor. What is the status of the stoplights at the Prince Bernard Bridge and timeline for completion? The new stoplights are currently being tested and be functional this year. What is the total amount of the top outstanding offenders when it comes to long lease? This information I know for sure is incorrect, so I'll just send it back to the team to verify, and we'll come back to that question in the end. I have the email. Right. Next question. How many building permits did the minister deny so far during his tenure? As to date, I have approved the denial of 4 building permits. Is the PFP promotion of construction pause, is that going to happen in 2025? Also, will there be a selective area where construction will not be allowed and permitted in other areas? Through you, Madam Chair, as stated on several occasions, my position is one of sustainable development. In so doing, if a proposal is not in line with those principles, they will face additional scrutiny overall. Moreover, there are some areas which are extremely vulnerable, and more attention will be given to proposals in those areas. This includes, of course, the coastline and in the hills. MP Waiver asked the question, the minister's vision as it pertains to traffic congestion. Traffic congestion is an interministerial initiative. In recent discussions with my colleague ministers, I presented 6 initiatives to addressing this issue. Some of these initiatives fall under my mandate, while others fall under the purview of the Ministers of Justice, Finance, and TEAD. As Minister of VROMI, my role relates to mostly the provision of sufficient road network and spatial development. In this role, I have begun discussions with the UNOPS, so the same company, the same organization that's building the prison, on a comprehensive plan of approach that will address the matter of congestion, encompassing regulatory as well as infrastructural interventions. The scope looks at immediate solutions such as traffic redirection, increased fees, as well as increasing parking facilities. Parliament will be kept abreast as this project evolves. Is there a plan to restart negotiations concerning Link 6 between Dutch Quarter and South Road area? The realization of Link 6 is one of the identified solutions for improving congestion, but also increasing accessibility and connectivity. As such, once a comprehensive plan is made for addressing congestion, along with sufficient budget, negotiations can restart. MP Darrell T.J. York asked, what is the Minister's plans for traffic congestion, particularly on Abbey Scott Road and South Road area? MP, if I can share, allow my previous answer to MP waiver be used for you as well. Through you, Madam Chair. Let me know. Yep, okay. What are the top 3 priorities to complete in 2025? In my inaugural address, I set 3 broad areas of focus: conservation, decent living, waste reforms, and drainage and governance. Within these 3 broad areas, my 3 priorities for 2025 are drainage, housing, and zoning. Equally as important, and if I can squeeze in a 4th, which I can say is maybe an umbrella term, is the transformation digitally of our ministry, which will assist all those 3 different elements quite well. What is the criteria for roads selected as it relates to the resurfacing program? The criteria for roads to be repaired or resurfaced is primarily based on the following: how busy the road is, how badly damaged the road is, how important the road is for daily life, how safe the road is, fairness across all areas across St. Maarten, to ensure each district sees infrastructure improvements. The criteria vetted by the departments of VROMI and presented prior to final selection. What is the Minister's plans when it pertains to flood-prone areas that are very well known? What are the steps towards a master plan for that? The Ministry will rely on the existing drainage master plan and look at the increasing capacity for managing stormwaters. This includes increased mechanization of management and working to finalize the new building code. Is the St. James Estate still on the list to be resurfaced? Minister said yes, and overhead lines are a hindrance to anything being done. Can an update be provided? Indeed, the St. James Road is still on the list to be hard surfaced, pending a meeting with the Community Council. This is being planned. The removal of the low-hanging cables recorded to a utility company, GB. MP would like a list of all preparatory resolutions that expired in the last 3 years, and if there are any still current. This may be communicated in writing. I'll do it very quickly. In the last 3 years, there were only preparatory resolutions for Middle Region and Dutch Quarter and no other districts, and they expired April 2021. After that, they were not extended and were not allowed to extend it anymore. So currently, there are none that are current. And for persons who may not know, preparatory resolutions are what government can use to immediately zone an area in anticipation of the regulation that would actually legally zone it. Garbage tax, how would that be collected? The MP heard of a rumor of this being collected via utility bills. Is this rumor true? The MP may know that he's not in favor of collecting via utility bills, but we still have a few clause problem. Through you, Madam Chair, we have been receiving support from VNGI on this matter. We are in the stage of delivering the final report of Phase 2 of this project. One of the deliverables of Phase 2 involves the possible financial framework for waste management on the island. And yes, one of the alternatives that was explored is the establishment of a waste management fee/tax that could be collected via utility bill. The report with their findings and advice will be reviewed in early 2025. So long story short, it is a possibility, but of course, the report will give us more insight into what is best for us. New vehicle tax, was the minister consulted, and did he have a say on this idea? As earlier stated in response to MP waiver, as it relates to the plans for addressing congestion in discussion with my fellow ministers, several initiatives were proposed, one of which was indeed a graduated vehicle tax. Drainage. The minister promised almost every project moving forward would have drainage additions of the roads that recently updated Longwall Road, Point Blanche, LB Scott, which drainage solution were applied during the implementation of these works. The MP made note that tilting and sloping does not form the category of drainage. And what idea does the ministry have for the projects upcoming? Tilting and sloping of a road which previously laid flat, preventing water runoff, is considered an improvement to drainage. It is worth mentioning that the current TOR, so terms of reference, does not specifically include unit rates for drainage-related works. However, decisions have been made during project execution to improve existing drainage at each project carried out. Across all projects mentioned, the road surface applied has been tilted more in the previous situation. This allows runoff to better flow into existing drain. In some locations where necessary, the existing drains have been lowered, which also improves water runoff. It is, of course, my intention to have a comprehensive drainage project going forward. What unpopular decisions have the minister been repeating on public forums that he's prone to make this during his tenure? What unpopular decisions will these be? And I think the Minister of Finance actually mentioned one of them in her increasing road tax. There's also the realization that we have to also use more environmental impact studies. There's also the reality that we are not going to allow any more certain people to build in certain areas. There's also considerations, and I said it on the radio very openly, a moratorium / a quota on the number of vehicles that we import in collaboration with the Minister of Teyat. There's also discussion around a public transportation system that will, of course, review the issuance of existing bus licenses, among others. Yes. The MP noted, this is still MP York? Yes, okay. MP York. The MP noted that Bethlehem Estate is one of the development projects which have been done in the right way. This was executed by the family, however, by the MP's estimation, the family has not received the proper backing from government for them to complete their project. What is the minister's plan to assist the Bethlehem project? The project of Bethlehem is very well known to me, correctly as indicated by MP York, given my previous role in foreign affairs, and the part that this property played in the border negotiations. From the side of general affairs, under which foreign affairs falls, discussions were ongoing on a secondary access via Pelplen. I briefed Prime Minister on this and be continuing this discussion with my colleagues on the front side and in the Hague and Paris should it be necessary. From the side of VROMI in particular, allow me to offer some context. Several permits have sat in the ministry for over a year and at some points even becoming lost. Permits related to this project are one of them. Since taking office, I have made efforts to address the backlog, especially in cases such as these, which only fuel frustration and undermine trust in government. Moreover, the impact of this project in the revival of Dutch Quarter and Belvedere areas, the commitment to proper road drainage and drainage infrastructure, and can also be a template for future large-scale developments. This week, I call a meeting of the developers and the ministry, and the finalization of related permits will be finalized within short. What is the minister's revenue projection for the garbage tax? The proposed garbage tax solid waste levy, whichever choose among initiatives are among initiatives that are formed part of the EDMP project. The project is not yet at the phase to offer financial projections, but as part of the social change that will have to come, I have found it important to start public discussions about what is to come as we work towards make sustainable the manner in which we handle our waste. What are the minister's plans as it relates to revitalizing the Housing Foundation, and in particular the debts? As part of the conditions for the housing project, a new performance agreement with the Housing Foundation was a requirement for the disbursement of US $20 million. The realization of this agreement for me is critical in outlining not only the expectations of the foundation, but also the relation between the foundation and government, especially as it relates to reporting obligations as part of the subsidy conditions. Once this framework is in place, a formal discussion can commence on debt. Moving to the questions of MP Egbert J. Duran, what is the minister's position on the side roads projects? What are some of the challenges happening with the project? We see some side roads starting, then stopping, then restarting. There have been several challenges that caused delays to this project in the past. For instance, some property owners requested walls to be built along their boundaries as part of the project scope, leading to prolonged negotiation and subsequent delays. Additionally, some homes have an overflow of sewage and gray water flowing into public spaces. Finding a solution for this issue also caused delays. And the absence of public sewage infrastructure in some areas, these problems were not addressed within the project scope when tendered. Is there emergency hotline number for the Ministry of VROMI? Madam Chair, I would like to share the ministry is committed to issuing a press release to the general public in early 2025. Since taking office, I've noticed that general email addresses and phone numbers are not always the most effective way in getting information, and one of the reasons why I'm so committed to the idea of rebuilding trust. The press release will include a comprehensive list of contact points within the ministry, featuring both email addresses and phone numbers. Additionally, we are actively engaging with various stakeholders to advance the transformation of our digital system efforts. One of our key initiatives is the implementation of a ticketing system, CRM, to incorporate as much of the ministry services as possible. What is the latest status of the housing project earmarked for Hope Estate, and what can Parliament do to get it moving forward? Through you, Madam Chair. So let me come back to your question, MP Durant, through Madam Chair, because it's referencing the answer given to MP Otley. So if you, with your indulgence, I will come back to that question. MP Durant's question, how are we going to proceed with the housing project in Vineyard Heights? The discussion with the ministry still has to take place regarding the Vineyard Heights. Important to note the Vineyard Heights project, a ruling of August 2023, indicated that the issuance of 26 new parcels where 23 new parcels where 46 were already issued by a previous minister needed to have a new answer. And of course, with the ongoing DDAM arrest, the DDAM case, we cannot actually issue any one government land. This is all part of the bigger housing policy and the land or HIFTA policy that we're busy with within the ministry. Over the bank, in the past, initiative to legally hand over the land to the people that have been occupying the land for a long period of time. What is the status? IC did infrastructure design for the layout of the roads. Based on those drawings, a team consisting of domain, inspection, new projects were in the field to make an analysis report of the locations of the homes and road, and to verify, of course, if there were any homes in danger and any that were possibly built in the drainage as well. The project is not completed. Is it the intention of the ministry to continue with the patchwork of our garden or leave it as is until the existing project addresses this street? So our garden road received urgent patchwork, actually this last 2 weeks, which has been completed. This was necessary to improve traffic flow as the immediate solution given the rains of November. Major work is scheduled for our garden road until Bishop Hill Road, including drainage improvements when we restart the project in 2025. Is it the intention to have the SLA for road maintenance for multiple years or a yearly basis? There have been complaints that 1 year is not sufficient. So what is the minister's thoughts on the process, and is this being considered? The concept of a SLA for road maintenance is an idea of mine as minister as a solution to ensure regular road maintenance on St. Martin. I have discussed this internally, receiving positive feedback, noting that such an initiative can also help to reduce costs. The framework for the SLA needs to be developed, and once finalized, will be announced to the public for consideration. Oh, yes, okay. There was a letter of intent signed by the minister. We're still on MP Durant's questions. There was a letter of intent signed by the minister during the visit of Her Royal Highness, Princess Beatrice. However, in the past, the COM already signed an approved Little Key as a protected area. So what did the minister actually sign? During the previous administration, indeed, COM gave approval for the El Beham Little Key to be sent to the Council of Advice. Since then, the Council of Advice has given feedback on the El Beham, and government has drafted another report. The file has to now be brought further in the process of legislation and may even consist of some legal errors based on the advice from the Council of Advice. Note that the El Beham Little Key has not established as yet, and as such is not yet a protected area. Hence, the letter of intent was suggested from the ministry itself, and also mentions the El Beham Little Key in addition to overall intention of the VROMI to better protect and preserve our nature and environment through improved policies and legislation. What is the reason why road repairs take so long while the bids were already done a long time prior? It was supposed to begin the work in April, then it moved to May, then never heard anything until October. The tender for resurfacing took place in November 2023. The evaluation of said bids only took place in April 2024. As such, through you, Madam Chair, work could never start in April 2024, as stated by the MP. 2 weeks after taking office, I signed off on the agreement to commence road works. Going forward, the Ministry will be implementing the use of software to evaluate public tenders and manage contracts. The software provider, Mercell, is the system we're going to use, already in use by many other ministries with positive results. Concerning the $1.9 million for stormwater pumps, is this the same pump that were under negotiation with BZK? Allow me to clarify. Indeed, through you, Madam Chair, the $1.9 million euro subsidy from BZK comprises 2 things. The first, 1.4 million of the 1.9 is to build capacity. This initiative started under this administration, noting the severe capacity issues in VROMI. This was requested in June and submitted in August. The second, 500,000 euros of the 1.9 million is indeed, which is the request for the support for stormwater pumps started under the term of the previous minister. You will recall the initial tender failed in the first quarter of this year. So indeed, it is exactly the same project, and it's the additional $500,000 is because of the fact that the delay in time means that the cost would have gone up, and we have to push the date back for the tendering due to the failure of the initial tender earlier this year. Would the minister consider dusting off the plans and continue with the mortgage guarantee initiative? Through you, Madam Chair, indeed, MP Duran, as I've announced in the media this week, I have all intentions to continue the mortgage guarantee fund. For those that are not aware, the fund was established in the 1990s to support the realization of home ownership. The last administration dusted off this initiative alongside support from NRPB. As this is, I believe, a great initiative, I see no reason to put it back on the shelf. To that end, I've already begun discussion with NRPB and intend to keep members appointed by the former administration where possible for the sake of continuity and success. What would be the ministry's plans for utilizing the funds for developing homes, in particular with regards to the use of the mortgage guarantee fund? The ministry is working on an overall housing policy as part of the country packages, but also as part of the disbursement conditions originally identified in the housing project. This policy will provide the blueprint for housing, including allocation, regulatory, and management policies. From my point of view, one of the key things that we need to focus on as a first step with whatever funding is the realization of affordable housing. Why do I say this? A large part of the current housing stock is for social housing and provides very little in terms of affordable housing, leaving a large part of the middle class either unable to afford a house in the regular market or it is in social housing, which is designated for the most vulnerable people in our community. It is the belief that focusing on this will free up social housing and give more opportunities to address the needs of a middle class more effectively. The questions of MP La Cruz. The garbage pickup in St. Peter's area, it has gone from bad to worse. The hauler said their truck is down and now using another truck with 2 men to collect the garbage. What is the plan for a solution? From July to date, ongoing efforts have been made to improve the consistency of garbage collection. VROMI's contract management team has noticed in the past 2 weeks that there have been considerably fewer complaints from the public about garbage collection, including in the St. Peter's area. This is the last 2 weeks. The ministry is focused on maintaining strict compliance with terms of reference, which guides deliverables of the contract holders. And of course, complaints about garbage collections can be emailed to the ministry and follow-up will be given. I will provide those emails in a subsequent answer. Concerning car wrecks, what is the update about the 2 roads shared by MP La Cruz during 2024 amendment meeting? People are still asking if anything will be done because they can't get inside their road because of old wrecks parked on the street. The ministry continues to regularly collect car wrecks, as these are illegal to be kept on immovable property as stipulated in Article 22 of the Waste Ordinance. From January 2024 to date, close to 250 car wrecks have been identified, tagged, and brought to disposal of the ministry. So while it may seem that nothing is being done, this is untrue. While I remain open to receive notifications, at times notifications via word of mouth and WhatsApp may get lost. As such, I continue to encourage persons to first contact the ministry via VROMI, VROMI-infrastructure section contracts at stmartengov.org. Again, VROMI-infrastructure section contracts at stmartengov.org, or submit a letter addressed to my person via the receptionist of the government building. Upon receipt, this will be sent to the relevant department. What is the plan of the ministry to address the backlog of permits? Through you, Madam Chair, I want to share that there are multiple ways we are addressing this matter. For example, recently we announced that the department will implement a cutoff period, as annually done, for the acceptance of new permits and applications. This will run from January 2nd to the 20th of January 2025. This will allow the department to concentrate its resources on processing pending applications and tending to those applications. However, we do recognize the need to structurally improve, that will prevent or at least lessen the chances of building an unmanageable backlog, to ensure a high level of service performance and to be in line with our own laws. The ministry is in discussion with several stakeholders on how to best address this, including Iteweo, to find opportunities either within Country Package E7 or a separate project. One, of course, key part of this is utilization of all our process within VROMI. Can the minister reply to the individual who requested a billing permit years ago, who no longer needs a billing permit, but still recently received a fee to collect the billing permit? If the individual permit was indeed denied, then the individual should not have been billed for the billing permit. If the individual that requested the billing permit no longer wants the billing permit, but that permit was not denied, they will still be required to pay for the fee. Reason being that the process was fully executed and the service was already provided by the permits department. Can the minister give us a breakdown and even explain to the public how to file a complaint as it pertains to illicit sewage or garbage disposal? Maybe a phone number, email address. How does the ministry take that complaint and move forward? Complaints regarding sewage or garbage disposal can be sent to VROMI-infrastructure section contracts. Again, so again, the same exact email, VROMI-infrastructure contracts. Sorry, my apologies. VROMI-infrastructure section contracts at stmartengov.org. We need new email addresses. Complaints regarding homes connected to sewage network, for instance, to report a blockage, can be reported to this email address. However, for general septic tank issues, they should be sent to VROMI's inspection department. Charging for garbage, MP has no issue with charging for waste collection, but how will the ministry ensure the funds are directed to waste management and not in the general coffers of the country? The realization of an independent waste authority, most probably in the form of ZBO, will ensure separate financials from the general government ledger. With this, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for a brief 2-minute pause, if that's okay with you, as I have to use the...
Yes, Minister Gums, I'll adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Good afternoon. This meeting is hereby reopened, and I give the floor to the Minister of VROMI, Minister Patrice Gums Jr. Minister Gums, you have the floor.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. We go on now to the questions of MP Omar E.C. Otley. Sewage. Look into the lady that has sent a letter and a section of her house was barred off, cannot be used, broke her legs, the neighbor received sickness. The minister is urged to look into this matter. This matter has the attention of the ministry. I know that during the tenure of MP Veronica Janssen-Webster's as Minister of VSR, concrete efforts were taken to address the situation. From the side of VROMI, part of the drainage infrastructure needs to be fixed to avoid further issues. I will follow up with Inspection Department and Infrastructure on this matter. What is the update on the housing project? Through you, Madam Chair, I have addressed this in several capacities, both as a political candidate, as HEFMIN, and as Minister of VROMI. In all instances, I have stated the $20 million for the housing project was lost in April of this year. This was consistently denied, even up until the last budget amendment earlier this year, despite provision of minutes and letters to the government at the time expressing severe concerns over the project. To that end, I request a letter from the World Bank to clarify the status of the project, and will now read this for the record. Addressed to the Prime Minister, Luc Marcelina, with copy to the Minister, Patrice Gums, of Public Housing, VROMI. Dear Prime Minister, decision regarding the Sint Maarten social housing project. The World Bank acknowledges the concerns of the Sint Maarten Parliament regarding the social housing project that was under preparation until April 2024. The decision to drop the project's preparation was not taken lightly, but only after due and deliberate consultation spanning many months. The US $20 million project was initiated in 2021 and faced 3 significant and complex preparation hurdles that demonstrated its lack of readiness and high risk of unsatisfactory implementation and completion. These 3 reasons are: the first, the Ministry of VROMI and the Sint Maarten Housing Development Foundation were unable to develop and sign the revised performance agreement within the agreed time frame, a prerequisite for the grant agreement. The deadline for this action was postponed several times, but was still not completed. 2, the Ministry of VROMI could not fulfill the conditions for the land lease transferred to the Housing Foundation within the agreed time frame and as a prerequisite for the grant agreement. And finally, architectural designs were unlikely to be completed in time to spark interest of infrastructural investors expected to provide an additional loan of $3 million. So again, Madam Chair, just for the record, the housing project was under preparation until 2024, as stated by the April 2024, and was dropped. So, having said that, I do hope now we can later rest any further discussions around this and direct energies into solutions on how to best move forward, which I have started to do. And with that, I will also go back to the question of MP Duran. Yes, where he asks, what is the status of the housing project earmarked for Hope Estate? And what can Parliament do to move it forward? Through you, Madam Chair, I believe I answered the question when asked by MP Otley. This project was lost under the mandate of the previous minister, not myself, and as such, I'll continue. In terms of what Parliament can do, I believe Parliament has a role to educate and uplift. It's very common to take matters that we as politicians know very well and spend them to benefit us politically. It may get us elected, but it won't get Sint Maarten where it needs to be. Therefore, what Parliament can do is oftentimes support and encourage opportunities in which we can actually move ahead with the housing project via the Minister of VROMI. I will continue now with my answers. Yep. From MP Otley, is VROMI participating in discussions with the Netherlands pertaining to 75 million for generators for GB? Discussions between technical teams have begun. VROMI and the wider COM have not yet received conditions for the loan Once we are at that stage, all relevant stakeholders, of course, will be involved. What are the updates on building permits? Are building permits on a halt pending GB restoration, or is it only major projects are halted at this moment? As part of my statements made earlier in my term, GB is to be consulted by VROMI to support proper spatial planning. I'm in consultation with GB on all developments that require their feedback. To date, I have only received 2 requests that require such consultation, and they are still under review. As such, no building or civil works permits are halted due to GB's restoration process. Does the ministry have tenders in the pipeline for civil works? Any infrastructure, new works in the pipeline? The ministry has several civil works and new projects in their backlog. Many have been proposed by allocation within 2025 CapEx. The proposals that made it to the draft 2025 CapEx are the completion of Dutch Quarter development to the tune of 3.1 million, and the Side Roads Transforming project for 1.8 million. And of course, the upgrade of Prince Bernard Bridge at 500,000. Proposals that did not make to the draft 2025 CapEx are introduction of Link 3 and 6, the Correlated Trench, and several sewage projects. What is the update on the Ring Road? Is it the intention to continue the initiative for the Ring Road? The expectancy of the CapEx was to start phase 1 of the Ring Road. When do you think this will be moving? Let me begin by clarifying the Ring Road. Over several administrations, parcels of land were given out on the larger area known as the Ring Road. Upon reviewing the VROMI priorities for CapEx, an explicit allocation of funds for the Ring Road was never made, as stated by the MP. The only thing we could see as being an option is the heart servicing program, under which the Ring Road is not listed. Over the past few days, I've stated my opinion, my intention to visit the Ring Road project, especially as it relates to long-term solution to improve traffic flow as originally intended. What is the idea of the minister about a racetrack on St. Maarten? As Minister of VROMI, I have no position on the Ring Road, on the racetrack of St. Maarten. If a proposal comes forth requiring my consideration, this will be done fairly and in line with existing policies. Upon further review, there seems to be an error on page 42. Chapter 9, we've already covered this, but I'll say it for the record. There seems to be an error in the amount of new investments. One line shows deduction in the amount of 29.7 million, and below there's a different figure used to show deduction of 18.9. What is the correct figure? So, as I stated already, it was clarified, but for the record, there was a typo, which should have been 29,797,852 million guilders. The decrease is mainly due to the removal of the 45 million, which was consisted of the 27 million from NRPB, and the 18 million, which was made over this year to NRPB's expansion of the sewage network project. The securing of these funds and payment thereof has been finalized, reason why it's not included in 2025 CapEx anymore. On the other hand, the 18.2 million for the purchase of land for various projects was added towards the upcoming year's CapEx. Simpson Bay residents have had many town hall meetings against the development and ensuring protection of Simpson Bay Beach. Have those reached the cabinet? Yes, discussions have reached the cabinet, and we're in regular contact with Simpson Bay community. MP Brian Peterson asked, page 34 mentions the Herd Committee. MP mentioned that they should look at adding the subsidized organizations. Only the Housing Foundation is subsidized, and their budget has doubled since the allocated budget for Herd Committee is still 0. Would an amendment for this be possible? Indeed, the budget for the Rent Committee is currently under AZ's budget. The amount for 2025 is 246,840 guilders, and can be found in budget post 3204 of AZ. Important to note, we are having discussions about the placement of this budget post going forward, given that VROMI is ultimately over all matters related to housing. Why is there not an LBHAM to regulate all tendering of government? Where are we in this initiative to introduce an LBHAM? Yep, so while timelines for the completion implementation are not yet available, the Ministry of Finance has indicated it's still committed to enhancing transparency and accountability in public financial management. The development of LBHAM is priority and will be covered in the SPARE project. Lands Paquette E7, what can the ministry start with When can the ministry start with E7 Pride for Domain Affairs to address things like DDAM for issuance of land, to revamp Domain Affairs Department? When the ministry has evaluated the bids, this one, yep, estimated starting price. So let me come back on that one. Through you, Madam Chair, there's a change happening. Now to the questions of MP Sarah A. Westcott-Williams. The MP elucidated on the following topics in her introduction: road hard servicing project and drainage infrastructure. Let's go back to 2015 concerning the drainage master plan for St. Maarten, and for the zoning ordinance for regulating the issuance of civil permits. The acrobatics report, asking the ministers and ministries on their recommendations on the report. 2024 CapEx highlights of resurfacing. Despite the initiative that has been decided upon in 2015, funding was limited to bring the drainage initiative to fruition, with the exception of the road harvesting program that is being executed in 2024. I would like to note that October 2nd, I had a meeting with Julien Ripé of Acrobatics to discuss the current state of affairs regarding development of higher elevations. After the rain events of November, I contacted him again. He's currently helping the ministry assess the reason behind and find a solution to the recent landslides in Valley Estate. Okay, yes. The repairs on the Well Road, was this based on the harvesting project, or are these repairs conducted as a response to recent holes caused by the inclement weather last November? The recent repairs to Well Road were carried out in response to the heavy rains of November, which severely deteriorated an already problematic road. While this was deemed urgent by the ministry as the road deteriorated in the last month. Well Road we tackled with a separate solution, but permanent solution, not being part of the current resourcing or harvesting project initiated by the government. The MP noted that Section 1 of 2024 CapEx report highlighting preparation works are being done for Aki Tree Drive. The others in Section 1 are pending preparation of drainage in the area. The question is, what are the other roads in Cold Bay that are pending preparation work for drainage in the area? Which drainage projects are ongoing in the area of Cold Bay leading to Union Road? The MP requests an in-depth overview of Section 1 of the CapEx highlights. So I take this, of course, from this one. Just read it. Is this one or is this one? Yeah, this one. Yeah. Okay. The list of roads in Section 1 of the Stars of Private Secondary Roads are the following: Aki Tree Drive, Cockspur Tree Drive Road, Fountain Tree Road, Giro Road, K-Bay Drainage, Manjack Drive, Parallel Road, Rubber Tree Drive, I think this is an error. Yeah, intersection versus the road. Indeed. Sandbox Tree Road, Sea Island Cotton Road, and Silk Tree Drive. During 2024 budget debate, the then acting minister of VROMI stated that the roads in Section 1 were pending preparation for drainage in the area, and that was ongoing. However, when I inquired with the new projects department, I learned that the drainage in the side roads, which lead under Union Road, will be implemented in a later date due to the lack of funding at the moment. The ministry announced in 2022 the receipt of plan for a comprehensive approach to storm and wastewater. Under stormwater, the plan makes mention of 2 lives that were sadly lost in 2005 to the flash floods in cul-de-sac area. Moving forward quickly with the story, based on these recommendations, what has been done differently with respect to the road program now and the way with respect to drainage? The Honourable MP is correct. The policy document states that the hard surfacing of areas should be limited to ensure that much less water will flow to low-lying areas. This is one of the reasons I've been so critical about the hard surfacing project and have been keenly monitoring it. Over the next few days, I'll be reviewing the state of the project and announce the way forward in 2025. Over the years, the ministry has been focusing on hard surfacing of existing drainage, with inclusion of retention basins to retain the stormwater by means of a slow release to those lower lying areas in order to prevent flooding of these areas. Okay. The MP stated that in her question that she saw on Orange Grove Road with the last rain what was frightening. The situation showed exactly what the plan of comprehensive approach to stormwater was talking about and what action to be taken. The design and implement engineering plans for upgrading the Orange Grove Road, including the implementation of a drainage leading to the lagoon, were finalized a few years ago. While funding challenges have delayed the implementation, these well-prepared plans are ready to move as soon as resources become available. What is the status of the initiative between the Ministry of TEAT and VROMI to combine their efforts in existing policies to come to a comprehensive beach policy? Have those yielded any results thus far? The initiative was led by the Ministry of TEAT. VROMI gave feedback to the policy, and I will, in the second round when I come back, I'll pull up the email with the update on that. Apologies for not having it readily at hand. Wasn't plugged in. Okay. The MP's next question, notice that she'll be hearing from the ministry on the project for zoning of different districts will not be pursued, rather comprehensive plan. What is status? The plan for a singular comprehensive zoning plan is ongoing. Within the, while this is taking place, individual draft zoning plans are being used to advise the developments as proposed, as developments are proposed. These draft zoning plans have been also published on the website. In this update from the ministry, from the Department of VROM, they're looking at 1 year, down now from the 18 months originally communicated, as work is ongoing. Can the minister give an update on the intention to have a development plan for Maho, Mullet Bay, Kupakoi area? Attempts were made to have such in the past. It's now more urgent than ever, especially given the announced plans for selling Mullet Bay. The ministry has drafted a preliminary planning and map for the zoning of all areas reserved and protected. A green zoning plan which will encompass natural coastal and hillside areas, water bodies, and other areas deemed necessary to protect in light of climate adaptation and mitigation. The Mullet Bay area, including the Mullet Bay Pond, is included in this plan. There are important prerequisites in order to establish and implement such a zoning plan with the ministry, which the ministry is working on. While, of course, capacity, both human and financial, are a factor in the success of this project, I have announced my intentions publicly, especially in support of MP York's motion. It is my intention to share the aforementioned map in the meeting that follows up on the subject of coastal zoning and protection. Statements made by the Prime Minister that PGIA loan will have to come back and benefit infrastructure projects, what and how. Is there already a plan of how this money will be spent? The Ministry of VROMI has a listing of various infrastructure projects that can be executed, ranging from new links, main roads, upgrading drainage projects, sewage projects, and district upgrading projects, among others. Once the decision is finalized on the fund, we can then proceed with how we prioritize the spending of this as well. Yeah. The MP heard the Ministry of TR be making garbage bins available. Why only Phillipsburg? If only for Phillipsburg, is the entire area? What is the understanding with respect to the garbage bins and garbage haulers? Who is responsible for supplying garbage bins? Madam Chair, allow me to offer some context to this initiative. While solid waste is responsibility of the Ministry of VROMI, the previous Minister of TEAT took it upon himself to initiate this project. A public tender was issued for this project with scope solely for Phillipsburg. In a general sense, VROMI is responsible for the purchase of bins. To make distribution fair, haulers are supplied with bins and they in turn make these available to residents. Although it's an existing procedure, it is the intention to bring about change to ensure proper logging of locations of bins in the future. To the questions of MP Roseberg, can the ministry provide a schedule for future sewage infrastructure projects? A schedule for the projects is included in the country's sewage master plan 2022-2030. This document still has to be approved by myself, COM, and ratified by Parliament. Can the ministry provide their legislative priorities for 2025? Madam Chair, through you, I would like to share that we have several regulations on our plan board. These are the countrywide zoning, legislation plan and map, the legislation for a separate dedicated structure responsible for solid waste management in St. Martin, an update on the waste ordinance to support, of course, the trust fund projects, and the legislation required to establish a financial framework to support waste management sector. Also like to inform the MPs that it's very challenging to find and attract capable talents with legislative writing capacities. This does not introduce the risk as to how much and how quickly we can deliver this does introduce the risk as to how much and how quickly we can deliver these projects on time to the desired quality as well. The ministry is currently advertising and promoting to attract these talents. MP Veronica Janssen-Webster, are there plans to target illicit sewage disposal in public areas across the island? One of the problems with the management of the trust fund is indeed sewage. One of the outcomes of the recent ESF 3 meetings is to introduce a task force in 2025 to address this issue. This was decided based on the issues faced during the recent pothole repairs as a result of the rains of November. The intention is that this team will be tasked with identifying and making reports of offenders, issuing warnings, and following up on resolutions. Additionally, the ministry is aware of the need to campaign against illicit sewage disposal practices, making offenders and all those affected aware of the impact that those have on our health and our environment. Who to call and who will show up with regards to this matter? Do the inspectors have necessary equipment to detect and test for sewage? At the moment, the general public can call the government building, who will then forward the call to inspections department. If you recall, I also shared an email early in the presentation as to how you can get in contact with inspections. There are some differences in addressing complaints of sewage from one person to another. Civil versus property versus public spaces. With regards to civil disputes, the ministry can help in verifying the root cause. However, the issue must be solved between two parties. With regards to discharge in public spaces, the inspection department would conduct an inspection on site to verify and find a possible root cause. Based on this, a property owner is contacted, issuing a warning and given a set period of time to come to a resolution. On behalf of the community of Zegersgut, please take a look at the well in that area. It appears to be walled in, no longer accessible to the general public. We did, the cadastre informed that the well is on government land, and we, of course, will be addressing this situation in future. Garbage transport with open bins. The MP made note of the following hotspots: Coal Bay, Arch Road, Guana Bay Road, where garbage is flying off the trucks onto public spaces. Is the ministry currently issuing fines to haulers who transport waste using trucks with open bins? The control of openly transporting bins is, as you can imagine, difficult. It requires the contract managers to see the act in person or the public to submit evidence of such a violation to the ministry for review. To this end, I invite the public to be a partner in this collective fight and send any violation to the same email, VROMI-infrastructure section contracts@stmartingov.org. Let me go back now to the question of MP Arian. Do you see anything wrong with the raffling of the ministry plan for the weekend? Do you see anything wrong with government accepting sponsorship? What legal basis does the ministry use, et cetera, et cetera? Let me... Through you, Madam Chair, I will address the comments, the question posed by MP Arian, but also the comments directed to my colleague Minister of TEAT on this question from MP Duran regarding 3 things: the allegations of gambling by my person as Minister of VROMI, the allegations of unfair treatment, and finally, sponsorship of an event by a private business. Let me first begin by giving context to this event, especially because it touches on several questions posed by many of you during the first round, relating to capacity, communication, and backlog. The idea for the President of the Ministry on the boardwalk came from my person. This falls in line with my vision for the ministry to enhance engagement, noting that one of the most common complaints about the ministry is a lack of response and the time it takes to receive updates on requests. Thus arose the decision to have a booth at this event. Through you, Madam Chair, allow me first to distinguish between the word raffle and lot. While the word raffle is commonly used as an all-capturing word, there's a difference between the two. Raffle denotes waging of a monetary or market value for something of a larger value. A lot, which is what this initiative is in no way or shape or form a form of gambling, as is suggested. In fact, in legal terms, the lot is often used as a method for selection when a large pool vies for a limited number of spots available. In this instance, the event is geared towards ensuring that all applicants, all participants, ensuring that all applications participate at the means of a lot, their application number pulled. They will have their application handled with a waiver of the processing fee. The choice of words was for ease of understanding, as this is the most common term, the choice of word was used for ease of understanding, as this is the common term, but it is not a raffle or gambling as is being presented by the MPs. As such, a permit is not required. As it relates to the allegations of unfair treatment, on the contrary, an opportunity through a lot that does not additionally require payment for participation is in fact fair, open, and transparent. Unlike has been done in the past, in this instance, the right to a public good has clear criteria and is open to everyone within said criteria. For the Ministry of VROMI, which in the past has been targeted for unfair distribution of government land, the publication of this gives all persons a chance to acquire a public good and is very much in line with the policies that we need to develop to comply with the DDAM ruling. As such initiative is not disadvantageous to anyone. Through you, Madam Chair, and for the record, allow me to give some examples of what in fact may be deemed as unfair or disadvantageous, especially for those so now concerned with equal access and fair treatment. Issuing of land to relatives during your term while others have waited decades for even a response, or suggesting unqualified associates for the boards of government-owned companies only to pull their names once Corporate Governance Council flags it as concerning, that, Madam Chair, is unfair and disadvantageous treatment. Not a lot where everyone in St. Maarten is aware of the criteria and once qualified can compete. Nobody has been my friend or relative to compete. And while I've heard so many reasons to justify the behavior of the past, including what they got and we didn't, if we continue to measure by the same yardstick of 5, 10, 30, even 50 years ago, we will continue to make the same mistakes of 5, 30, 20, and 50 years ago. Now, while the above may be true, I am aware as well of the latest verordening, namely Article 12, regarding the payment of processing fees. Important to note that there are further articles and doctrine that allows for deviation from Article 12, which states, of course, for those who don't know, that you cannot actually waive fees paid. Noting that the legal opinion on the right of deviation from experts consulted on this case varies significantly, as the Minister of VROMI, I have taken the decision to cancel the lot until receiving a clear advice on how to approach such initiatives in future. To clarify, having a lot is not illegal. What is the rationale for canceling the lot is, of course, the differing legal opinion on if we can or cannot waive fees. Just to clarify, this also has been done in the past by Justice Ministry when it comes to long delays in the processing of requests. And as such, this also is a rationale for deviation. Finally, regarding sponsorship by a private entity, let me first clarify that the business in question is not transferring funds to or paying a separate entity, organization, or individual on behalf of government or towards any fees on behalf of government. The business donated 240 Kit Kats to the ministry at a total value of $216.70, far below the value of what I indicated was given as the public goods in the past. To distribute during the 10 hours that the VROMI booth will be manned for questions on permits and long lease. As such, a more appropriate word of choice may have indeed been partner versus sponsor, as has been done in the past. Regardless of this fact, noting the unfortunate political spin that is being placed on this, I have further taken a decision to have the ministry pay in full for these 240 Kit Kats. Also, the potential backlash that is based on my experience from this negativity. As Minister of VROMI, and more importantly as a person, I can hold myself accountable and take full responsibility, noting that innocent mistakes can be made, but what makes it better is when we reflect, address, and improve going forward. With that, Madam Chair, that's the end of my responses to the questions.
Thank you very much, Minister Patrice Gums and members of Parliament. As per our process, the opportunity is here now for members of Parliament to respond to, ask the relevant questions, if necessary, additional questions, if necessary, to the minister, and we go according to the time schedule that we have. If you still have minutes remaining in from your 60 minutes, then those will be completed first. If you do not, you have 5 minutes time to respond to Minister Gums of VROMI. So with that, I take note of the fact that MP York is requesting the floor, and I hereby give the floor to MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the Minister and his support staff. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I have about a full A4 of notes from the answers given. For time purposes, I leave about half of it for the subsequent meeting we'll be having in January. And given my capacity as the chair of the VROMI committee, the next half to take up with you personally as we work towards solutions moving forward. Because as taking up that mantle, I also committed myself to work along with you. So in that respect, I'll leave that for what it is. I do have one question that I don't remember you answering. I asked a specific question in light of the recently publicized article from the Minister of Finance. Through you, Madam Chair, I posed the question if you were consulted on the vehicle tax idea/plan prior to the article being released. I don't know if you touched on that, but if you can give, I don't think you need much time for that, but if you could give an answer on that, I would appreciate it very much. And I have one statement, because it's been in the last 3 months a lot of back and forth, and I'm starting to realize it from multiple ministers at this point. As it relates to your last answer to MP Irian's question, when you started out, I made the note to commend the minister on his classy approach to answering a question that he didn't very much appreciate, and then halfway through the answer, I ended up deleting it. Why? There was a particular angle taken in the beginning, and to each their own. I appreciated that. But I'm seeing a constant trend of justifying current actions with alleged wrongdoings from the past. And in the same breath, the minister, through you, Madam Chair, alluded to not constantly looking back at the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years as we move forward. So how can the minister say that in one breath, but then justifying, not explaining, justifying current acts by comparing them to comparable alleged wrongdoings in the past? I just can't wrap my head around that. Aside from that, I'm all for innovation, innovative ideas. I'm all for it. And when I first saw it, I said, oh, that's a nice idea. And then when I heard the different reasons to why, hey, it doesn't work that way, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm curious to what the minister has to say about it. But to be peeved the way I see the minister reacting, is this going to be the trend moving forward for the next 3.5 years? That's just my question. So with that being said, I'll leave the rest for a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair, before I start, I have a kind of concern, or maybe a question towards you as the chair of this esteemed body. I've noticed that in certain instances, the ministers would not respond to the questions. For instance, I asked a question about, right now, the CapEx we're paying back the CapEx, but we're not executing the projects. So in this moment, we can't rebuttal to those things. So I don't know if we're going to find a different way to deal with those kind of things moving forward, because I know in the CC, normally it could go on and on and on for a certain period. But I notice a lot of ministers just skipping answers, and then we basically have no tool to rebut. So if you can look into that, I would appreciate it.
I will definitely do that, MP Duran. However, this is where it comes in. At some point, you know, you have to draw the line with the Central Committee. We are going to get a report in which you can then, you'll see your questions, your comments, and the responses. And that's when you have the opportunity in the public meeting to put that
Okay.
forward.
All right, thank you. And I'll indulge in my observations and remarks. I just want to be clear, I guess in the public meeting that the minister said he will be putting a moratorium on import of cars. I don't see that really in the VROMI's purview, or maybe I misunderstood, but that's what I think I heard. I also want to make note of the fact that you mentioned towards MP York, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, that to MP Irian, that the road scope of works did change, but you didn't retender. While in a previous meeting, you mentioned once the scope of work changed, you have to retender. So these are some different contradictions that I've noticed. Also, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, Well Road was part of the side road projects. I even sent the list to the minister myself, so I don't know where and how it was taken off. I would like to get some clarity on that, I guess, in the public meeting. Regarding the whole signing of the intent with when the former Queen was here, the minister mentioned, Madam Chair, that yes, it was approved by the COM the year before, but the law hasn't been in effect. But I signed something. I asked, what did the minister sign? Because you can't sign something that was already approved. You can't approve something that was already approved. So that was one of the points. Also, Madam Chair, I asked a simple question. How can Parliament assist if there's any challenges with the housing project? I heard about politics, getting elected. Up to now, I didn't hear an answer. So basically, like what MP York says, like I don't know, a level of maturity is needed with those things are concerned, especially with critical things like housing. I mean, politicking is there, but at least answer the question. Lastly, I heard the minister mention about family and issuing of land. I just want to put this to rest and let everyone have a good Christmas so they can understand. It's unfortunate MP Waiver is in here because MP Waiver is who signed the memos to issue those lots before I took up the role as minister. So in the coalition meeting, the next coalition meeting, I think it's very important that MP Minister Gomes bring this point up to MP Waiver to ask him why he signed for a relative of mine to get a piece of land. I think that's very important. Also, Madam Chair, when I keep asking this question, you're hearing now, DDAM, no issuance of land is possible. But land has been issued to a hotel in which affiliates of the cabinet of VROMI stayed at this hotel. Workers of cabinet of VROMI stayed at this hotel for free, right around the time the signing took place. So again, it cannot be when it's for the small man. We can't sign, we can't go to the notary, it's a policy. But for others, it's being done. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to wish the Minister and the Ministry happy holidays, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. I don't see any other MP at this time. I note you, MP Labega, but before I give you the floor, MP Labega, because I might have to change the seat of chair in a few moments. So allow me, Minister, to thank you for your answers. One, to ask you, I see that you responded to some of the questions in my letter to you. And I would like to ask if the entire letter can be responded to going into the public meeting. One, I think I asked it in my letter, but if I did not, if the minister can explain when is a road considered private road. Could I receive a map of the roads mentioned in response to my question that are on the list of being fixed? I asked about the status of some very specific roads in the Diamond Estate area. And what about the request by these inhabitants for years to have their road fixed, to which the answer until now has been, it's a private road. And thus my question is, and if the minister, I too am on time when I go into questioning, but for example, Peter John, Seagrave, Bearded Fig Tree, etc. I would like to know the status of those roads as they are, the inhabitants have been told they are considered private roads. I really would like to get an answer regarding that. A map of the roads in Cold Bay, responses, further responses to my letter, please. I've heard your answer regarding the Orange Grove Road, and in essence, everything basically comes down to funding. So I think overall, this goes for the government, parliament, all of us. We need a sit down and on the issue of funding, of resources in general, human and capital, because honestly, with all the best will in the world, I don't see us getting out of our own way in getting some of the things done with the situation financially where we are right now. That's for a later discussion. But Minister, if you can take into account those questions that I added to the answers you gave. And then I had seen MP Labega. I saw you asking for the floor. You still want it? And then we'll have, and then I know that MP Otley has requested the floor. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon once again. Minister VROMI and support staff, thank you for answering the questions. Real quickly, I've seen that it was a successful testing of the new sewage infrastructure in Dutch Quarter area. So congratulations on that. And I know you said that the ministry is prioritizing drainage. I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, is St. Peter's, the drainage situation there, on your purview as a ministry? I know that has been an ongoing problem for decades now. And it's a really, really serious problem, especially going up to the main road and the road when you veer off left to go to Retreat State. So if that could have the ministry's attention, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the viewing and listening public, the Honorable Minister of VROMI and the support staff. Thank you for answering the questions. That is much appreciated when a minister takes the time to answer your questions. I would like to point out a couple of things. One, my respect for you and your staff for understanding that when certain things are brought up, if it looks wrong or where there's smoke, there might be fire. So by you canceling the raffle, I respect that, or the tour, whatever you call it. But I respect that. So, you know, no matter what, between you and a good MP, you took some advice. Also, I would like to say innovation, Minister of VROMI, where as it pertains to your statement with cars, not bringing in cars. I am not in agreement with that. Here's why. If I want to purchase 5 cars, I can only drive 1. So the amount of cars that is purchased does not have an effect on traffic, but the amount of drivers on the road has that effect. What I think we need to definitely start the plan, when I was in college, I was always told that you don't engineer for less than 10 years ahead. And I think that that is what is happening. And when you look at the increase in spike of population of St. Maarten, it has spiked tremendously over the past 20 years. I was having a conversation with one of my colleague MPs, and they were giving me a history lesson by, I think, the roundabout in Bush Road, where a family lived on the side, and then the government had to buy the land in order to. So these are things that we're going to have to start to look into and start to budget for, whether it's 10 years from now, because 90% of the land in St. Maarten was private, and in order for us to have government road, we had to make deals with the families or the owners in order to get the roads. Hence why right on the side of the roads, you will see private lands or houses. Eventually, if it's not tunnels, if it's not, we're going to have to start to put in budget to buy land that we can have multi-lane roads, and we're going to have to prepare for what is to come. Unless, like my good colleague pointed out yesterday when he was talking to the Minister of Justice, MP Labega, 1,300 added visitors is 1,300 more cars on the road. And that's where your issue is. And we survive on visitors and influx. So therefore, we're going to have to be more creative, Minister, and think for 10 years down minimum, and start to put budget for who wants to sell and where we can buy back land to expand roads. Thank you. That's just my advice.
Thank you, MP Otley, for those comments and considerations. Minister, that is it for the responses to your answers, and I ask if there's anything that any of those comments and questions that you can answer now, then I would invite you to do so, and otherwise indicate when you can come back later, because it's only yourself and the Minister of VSA who are to return to Parliament basically on the second round, so to speak. And so I need to make sure coordinate between you and your colleague, Minister of VSA, to kind of complete this matter. So, Minister, I give you the opportunity to comment on the way forward with your answers. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Most of these questions I can answer right away, with the exception, I think, of me, if MP Durand, through you, Madam Chair, clarifies the scope of works he means that need to be retendered, then everything can be answered. But everything else I can't answer, so I'll just, let me pose the question then through you, Madam Chair. It was MP Durand mentioned scope of works need to be retendered, which works exactly? If that's going to be clarified, then I think we can then go from there and we can answer everything else.
Okay, MP Durand, could you clarify that question, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. And to the Minister, through you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that you will do the roads with better quality, but we haven't seen a new tender take place. So my question to you is, how can you then enhance the quality, change the scope of works without retendering? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Minister, I still would want to adjourn this meeting, allowing you to finish up your answers as we check with the Cabinet of the Minister of VSA to continue. So I'm going to adjourn this meeting until 4 p.m. Meeting adjourned until 4 p.m. So next 25 minutes according to the clock there, or 20 on some of the other timepieces we have. Meeting adjourned until 4 p.m. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're still on the same trajectory of the draft budget 2025. The turn is to the ministers who are responding, receiving additional questions, and then responding to those as well. With us now is Minister Patrice Gomes of VROMI, and he will now respond to the questions and commentaries from members of Parliament following his initial round of answers. Minister Gomes, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll dive right in. The clarification questions came firstly from MP York. He asked, in light of the recently publicized article of the Minister of Finance, was the Minister consulted? He did not seem to get an answer. Indeed, I did answer, and I did indicate that, yes, I was consulted on this topic of the potential increase where we discuss a graduated vehicle scale. The second question of MP York, is going to be the trend for the next 3.5 years. I believe that's in reference to the manner in which I responded to the question of the comments of MP Duran and MP Arian. Let me just preface that in life you do have to look back, because history repeats itself if you don't know your own history. What I did indicate is that what you shouldn't do is measure right or wrong with the same measuring stick as before. So indeed, if in the next 3.5 years I have to go back to give context to what happened in the past and to why I make certain decisions, indeed, the past will be dug up. I will also hold myself and others accountable, because I myself will make mistakes over the next 3.5 years, if so lucky, to make sure we go where we have to go as a country. MP Duran, Minister, putting a moratorium on importing of cars, don't see as my purview. Indeed, this is the purview of the Minister of TEAT. What's important to realize is that government is a continuity. So in my role as Minister of VROMI, as indicated before in my responses, my chief responsibility for congestion is a road network. But it doesn't make sense to build a new road if you don't have a grip on how many cars are imported, and also how you manage traffic flow. Otherwise, you're going to have a capacity issue relatively quickly. I think MP Omar alluded to, we're not going to start looking at how we manage more long-term. So we have to address at the lower level more regulatory consumption patterns before I decide we need a new road. That's exactly why I've contacted UNOPS to actually make a comprehensive plan, along with the ministers of TEAT and Finance, that will address this comprehensively. It's not singularly a VROMI issue or other issue, so everything has to come into place in a streamline. Well road. Sorry, the second one. The scope of work didn't change. The scope of work changed. You didn't retender. Some contradiction. Important to realize, scope of work, what was tendered in the original tender document is quantity and unit rates for asphalt. What changes site to site is how we apply how the applicable work method. So as such, the scope of work is not changing. What you're changing is the method of how everything is applied site per site. So that's what I mean when I say, for example, scope of work. So maybe it's my choice of words, but again, scope of work doesn't change. What is tendered is quantity and unit rates. What we have done is actually site to site request certain things to be done along with the contractor to ensure it's done better. Was railroad and side road project. Very interestingly, and I think MP said it correctly, in the amendment we indicated that yes, it was, and then we realized actually in the same tender document signed by the MP at the time, Minister of VROMI, there's a difference in terms of it's tendered in the terms of reference section 5. It mentions railroad, but on the bill of quantity that's signed by the administration at the time, where the bill for well roads work is not signed and approved. So within the same tender document, there was a discrepancy on what was approved when this tender was put out. So this is the reason why well road is yes and no on the final project, and finally it's not, because it's not included in the pricing that was issued when the tender was published. I keep losing. Yeah, signing of intent when former Queen was there. Minister mentions gets approved by COM before, so essentially, yes. So indeed, an approval by COM on the LB protection of Little Key, as I mentioned, indeed, that was done by the prior administration. Why the letter of intent was done, because a suggestion from the ministry was to show that we are continuing basically the intent to protect, because what ended up happening, the law contained a bit of delays, and that was also communicated as well in the letter of intent that can be shared with the Parliament if needed, as to where we are. We're still progressing, we're still committed to intending to protect. So, I see several times, even in my answers, this was not something I initiated, but I am continuing it because I really believe in the value of what was done in the past. So we can look back in the past, both positively and negatively. 5, housing. How can Parliament assist if there are any challenges moving forward? MP said he didn't get a response, and I actually did respond. I said that what we need to do as, on top of mentioning the politics, I also mentioned we should educate and edify. So in your work with fellow colleagues in The Hague, lobby, that's what I said. You support the Minister of VROMI in terms of executing the projects he has. That's what education edifying means. It also means as well making sure that you don't spin certain things negatively or incorrectly that may impact projects in progress. Yeah. Heard Minister mention family and issuing of land, MP who signed the memo for the issuing of lots. I don't recall mentioning a particular minister. So through you, Madam Chair, if the MP feels as if he is the one who is the minister at the time who issued land and he feels the need to reference it, then that's on him. 7. When asked, it's being said, DDAM, no issuance of land is possible, but land has been issued to a hotel with affiliates of the Cabinet of VROMI, stayed at the hotel for free around the time signing took place. It can be that for the small man, land can be signed and they can't go to notaries. It's a policy, but for others, it's not being done. Again, it comes back to what I said about education and elevating the standard of Parliament and politics. I've said it, I think, twice since becoming Minister of VROMI. DDAM does not stop the reissuance of land. DDAM is concerned with new issuances, 1. 2, the hotel in question is a reissuance of an existing long lease, which secondly has not been extended. They've been reissued the same exact parcel of land. Very similarly is done for a developer, a company, or the small man. They are allowed to reissue and transfer. This is why I said, what role can Parliament play? Education and elevate. If we know the facts, let's not spin the facts for politics. Secondly, MP Duran, through you, Madam Chair, if the MP can please indicate what affiliate the Cabinet of VROMI stayed for free. I'm very upset I wasn't invited. But in any event, this is hearsay, and I will not address it. MP Westcott Williams, can the minister explain when a road is considered a private road? MP, I believe you indicated that all your questions can be responded to in January. Let me just clarify that I received your letter last night, so we didn't have time to peruse your questions in full. We did try as much as possible to answer them as we could, but if it's okay with you, I think we can submit some of your questions which relate to the request for a map, when a road is considered private or not, and of course, indeed, funding, finance, and human resources as well. And I think it goes back to that point we spoke about your final question, which was basically capacity and financing. As Minister, we actually got the 1.4, which should address the issue of funding and financing, particularly in the area of the housing policy and waste reforms as well. So if, through indulgence, I will, in writing, submit the distinction between a private and public road, the maps of all the roads, Diamond Estate being fixed, it's the private road, and of course, all roads in Coal Bay. And of course, the answers to your question, the letter not addressed in this session. MP Labega, Is the St. Peter's area drainage under your purview, the road to retreat estate specifically? Indeed, drainage is under my purview. The overall question, from what I understood in the clarifications we had off-screen, was that the question related more to sewage. Indeed, it's part of the bigger waste reform project, wastewater reform projects we're doing in touch with the World Bank. The cul-de-sac area, including St. Peter's, of course, are part of those initiatives to address sewage in the project called SWAMP. And then finally, MP Otley needs to be more creative and think for 10 years down minimum and start to put budget for who. Long story short, the question is, he indicated that we should be a bit more innovative in our solutions towards congestion. I definitely agree. I think innovation is key, and I think one of the things I want to clarify is that the moratorium / a quota for cars is a suggested way forward. I think it's been discussed for several years, but it is something that's very unpopular, given, of course, that we do not have a functioning public transportation system. So why I mentioned as well unpopular is revisiting the idea of how we actually handle buses and buses in particular in St. Martin, in terms of how it's linked into a national plan for transportation. So indeed, the moratorium is a solution, it's not the only solution. It's also why I really believe the idea of multi-year planning and long-term engineering of this traffic solution, and it's exactly why we contacted UNOPS to see how we can do this comprehensively. And a moratorium is, for example, a suggestion, but that's really in the second tier. We have to also look at what we can do internally. For example, no left turns. Those are very simple things, stop traffic congestion. And then at the very end, once you look at those things, you look at basically what infrastructurally can you then do in terms of new roads. Because sometimes a lot of the issues we have on St. Martin is not a question of new roads, it's efficient use of your actual road network currently. And with that, Madam Chair, I think I've answered all the questions. Oh, no, I have not. I do.
We are now at the point of basically finalizing this round with the minister and giving MPs who need the opportunity a brief moment to make a comment. Remember, this is in addition to, so I time you at about a minute. That's per MP. So I see firstly MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the clarifications. Minister, this is just more a general statement, it's not to anything specific. I would like to applaud you for admitting that just like everyone else in here, you are human and you do and will be making mistakes moving forward is how we move about it. But just be wary of the fact that if you make a mistake and it's pointed out when you cross these doors and you enter the House of Parliament, that it's not something as a personal attack towards you if somebody points out something that they feel you did wrong. And I'll just keep it frank, the level of pettiness that certain responses of yours towards certain members of Parliament, for a man of your stature, is unbecoming. So, and that's just my personal opinion, and I wouldn't say that to you if I didn't think you could do better. So that's just my personal opinion towards the minister. And moving forward, I hope we all can work towards solutions and stop this childishness. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. And I don't see any other MP Duran, were you going to? Yes, MP Duran requests the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, MP York took the words out of my mouth in a sense, because that was my same approach. At the end of the day, we are here to do the people's work, and when certain things are highlighted, it's never a personal attack. I mean, I've been attacked personally on different levels. You just gotta learn to, embrace it and take it on. I'm glad in any case that the raffle, the gambling event has been canceled, and I look forward to proper dialogue so that we can, continue to represent the people. And there's a lot of answers that, well, there's a couple answers and people like that were not directly responded to, but I look forward to the public debate, as the chair lady mentioned, and how to adjust with this new way of budget debate. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, MP Duran. And I don't see any other comments, closing comments for the minister. Minister, with that, I want to thank you again for your answers. Looking forward to the information and reports that would come from your ministry as we prepare for the public handling of the draft budget 2025. Minister, to you, your support staff, and your ministry and your family, on behalf of Parliament, we wish you very happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, and looking forward together with you to a bright and prosperous 2025 when it comes around. Thank you, and I hereby adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes as we now go over to actually the last minister in these rounds. So Minister Gums, thank you and your support staff. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And just like we adjourned briefly in order for Minister of VROMI to take his leave, I now welcome Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Minister Brug, and his...
Is it already open to other medical professionals? Will this mean that we will see more of a decrease in medical care abroad and an increase locally? What is the status of the big registratie? Will we get more doctors coming into Sint Maarten from outside of the Dutch kingdom? And what impact will that have on the waiting time? Our community is complaining that we have to wait too long before seeing a specialist. The answer to all of those questions as follows. The big registratie project will fall under the country package. This will broaden the opportunity to ensure the needed capacity in the finalizing of the legislation and developing an implementation strategy. The big on its own, unfortunately, may not influence the waiting time, as that is directly related to a global shortage of medical professionals. Regarding non-Dutch educated medical professionals practicing on Sint Maarten, we currently do allow these professionals to practice. Their permission is granted after an assessment is done of their CV executed by institutions charged with this responsibility in the Netherlands. Those were the clarification questions for MP Ludmila de Wever. Next, MP La Cruz. Referring to the Hilton situation, an employee is getting abused, but not willing to report it. Pay attention to what is going on in your ministry. An employee should feel safe to come to you. This is not the first time that an investigation took place here. Response to MP La Cruz pertaining to that particular comment, or the comment on question. I have taken note of your comments. The inspectorate will report directly to me as minister. In the case of the Hilton situation, I can assure you that it has nothing to do with our department, but it has to do with the relationship with the Hilton organization, based on my interaction with some of the employees. In addition, I hear your concern. It's not the first time that I've heard them. However, I kindly ask you if you have any hard proof to submit these to my person, and I will definitely investigate it further. However, such statements without facts that we can address will make it even more difficult for persons to reach out to the ministry and report any type of abuse. I want to take this time to let the public know as well that I understand as well that there is a bit confusion of when and where you have to go to report certain actions, or in the person's opinion, in the person's opinion, what they may classify as illegal actions in the labor market. However, I spoke about the word anonymous several times. For any employee that does not feel comfortable with regard to going to the labor affairs, you are able to reach out to me in order for us to see what we can do, but also those that wants to make complaints but wants to remain anonymous. They can also reach out to the Inspectorate of VSA, which is located at the Vineyard Building, and I will take the opportunity to give their number. It's 524-7247 or 524-7247. It's also the same number. Oh, okay, it's doubled. Okay, that's a number that they can call, and basically, the information given by the individual and the person may remain anonymous, and the inspector will then proceed to acting based on the information that they receive. Follow-up question. Can you provide where one can get information to open a facility like the White and Yellow Cross? Yes, I will do so via email, if that is okay with you, MP. Through you, Madam Chair Lady. What is your sentiments on the syntax? What you refer to as a syntax, I agree that such a levy is of importance, and this should be a matter of further discussion for the entire government apparatus. This is one of many income-generating avenues that should be seriously explored and tackled from a multi-ministerial approach. That would be it for MP La Cruz. MP York. I did not get your opinion on the income-generating idea. First of all, my apologies if my initial answers were not clear. Further assessment will have to be done concerning this matter before a decision like this can be made because of far-reaching potential consequences to public health. I miss your opinion on digitalization. I have met with the department head on a number of CPS urgent matters, of which this was also included. As Minister of VSR, I am in favor of this, and I will work towards it. Missing your opinion on the rejuvenation of the buses. At this time, both buses need extensive repairs, and based on a preliminary assessment that were provided from the ministry, the cost of these repairs far outweigh the possible return on investment, and as such, possible alternative solutions are being sorted to move forward with community outreach in 2025. However, it is my intention to look into possible ways to have these issues resolved and have both buses properly functional so that we as a ministry can go ahead with the preventative health care for the country of St. Maarten. For the Flamingo case, I would like a hands-on approach on this from your side. This requires hands-on approach from you, Minister. As stated earlier, this has the attention of the ministry, and yes, at this moment, I do have a hands-on approach as the Inspectorate of VSR reports directly to me. My most recent communication with the Inspectorate of VSR was this week on Tuesday, pertaining to this matter. Those was the end of the questions or the clarifications for MP York. MP La Vega. Suggestions that the ministry shares the idea of volunteering with the school system and the youth, as they seem willing to help in lightening of the capacity issue. That they seem willing to help in light of the capacity issue. Thank you for your suggestion, MP La Vega. I will sit with management of CPS to look into these options. Since you are mentioning it, and I know you have knowledge and connection in various sectors, I would gladly ask you to please sit with me one day and we can discuss the matter and see how we can deliver this program to the people of St. Maarten, and particularly the students. MP Myers, with regard to your inquiry about the patient's bills of right, patients need to know what their rights are. Can this be presented in the open public meeting, in the public meeting? I know you requested it to be done in the public meeting, however, because the staff already had this at hand, I can answer it now. There was a project indeed initiated a few years ago jointly between government and SZV. I will look into the status and provide an update during the public meeting in January. So it does exist. Present a comprehensive, sorry? Present a comprehensive plan of what, let me make it bigger. Okay. Present a comprehensive plan of what you want to do in the central meeting in January. Thank you. I will certainly present this to Parliament during the central meeting in January. Regarding the 1-cent gasoline tariff and sin tax, can the Council of Ministers make a policy that all revenues generated by ministries per ministry be generated as a surplus and then put them directly into the respective ministry for the next budget? For example, for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, the 1% tariff should increase to 2 or 3 cents and go directly to sport and not in the general coffers. Sin tax should be specifically for public health as a surplus rather than other regular tax. Please put something like this together and propose it to Parliament. Thank you for your advice. I will have a discussion with the members of the Com and Legal Affairs to minimize the challenges in making this a reality. MP, those was the end of the questions for MP Myers. Next, MP Otley. In regard to the health levy, it was stated that it is by the SER and the Cabinet has not seen it, but it is in DIV. Thus, it can be seen and reviewed. Have your staff reviewed it? It is a highly important levy. Take control and ensure that you protect SZV, so that the whole country can make money. Based on the information we received, based on the information we received, VSA does have the lead. The document have been requested from DIV, and document has been requested from DIV and should have already arrived in my cabinet. Referring to the cannabis law, can a meeting be called for Parliament to go through every aspect of the law? What legal purpose can you not speak on in regard to the law, since the Minister of TIAT is speaking on it? Yeah, this part here. Regarding your question on the legal reasons on the cannabis legislation, I am fully aware of the financial benefits that this law can bring to our coffers. For that reason, I need to take the time to properly compile and go through all the information. For me to not speak openly has to do with ongoing legal dispute regarding this matter. Any member of, if MP Otley wants, I can also have a conversation with him afterwards pertaining to this as well, to clarify, or any other member of parliament. Referring policy, the Ministry VSR has many low-hanging fruits for policies to be implemented. Sit with them, discuss with them to get them implemented. Thank you. This is a process I have already begun from the second day that I was sworn in. It will continue. That was the end of the questions for MP Otley. MP Roseburg. For consultation session, can the ministry look into getting legal-minded persons on a rotation, not only every quarter, since accessibility to the law is important? Can it be more structured? We will take your advice and place an ad for legal-minded volunteers on a more structured rotation basis. Referring to the cannabis legislation, can there be some clarity on it and the documentation linked to it? Can some documents be submitted in confidential matter, in a confidential matter, so that I can look into it? I'm currently compiling all relevant documents. Once received, I will review what can and cannot be shared in order to comply with your requests. Those are all the clarifications for MP Roseburg. MP Westcott William. Thank you for picking up the vaping issue. Can VSI explain who is doing the evaluation or assessment for the Harris Arts Practice HAP? Evaluation committee exists of representatives of the family doctors, St. Maarten Medical Center, Pharmacy Association, and VSI. The minister stated based on increase of minimum wage, no understand recipient amount need to be adjusted. But with minimum wage going up, some may need to be reassessed because of this. Are these amendments being done due to the increase of minimum wage? Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to remind the applicants that they have to reapply, not that they can reapply. Next clarification. As soon as the STEPS survey is cleaned up, can this be shared with Parliament? Yes, this will be shared with Parliament once the process is completed. Can I get more information on the concerns of the cannabis legislation? There seems to be some hesitation, but can some more information be provided? I am currently compiling all relevant documents. Once received, I will review what can and cannot be shared in order to comply with your request. Survey, including any queries and complaints from employees on their rights. Sorry, 1 second, I'm adjusting the size again. Okay, on their rights. With the last changes of the labor law, like the increase in maternity and paternity leave, did the ministry receive any complaints from those changes? There seems to be some initiatives at the ministry to make more changes to the labor contract law. Response: yes, there are changes, and this will be included in the public meeting presentation. Those are all the clarifications for MP Westcott Williams. MP Duran. What is the ministry's view on the rotating specialist? Never got a clear-cut answer on this. Is it the idea to cut that out? Is it because not enough volume? What are the ministry's view on how that will continue? Also, in regard to the medical referrals abroad, what is the intention with the ministry regarding this? What is the long-term plan moving forward concerning this? Continuous changes can never be good. I understand the concerns as it relates to both matters and the impact that this may have on the relationship between patients and their doctors. This being said, this is a matter that will be prioritized in the health tripartite meeting between SZV, St. Maarten Medical Center, and VSR. Okay. Yeah. Madam Chair Lady, that is all the clarifications from the members of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Brugge, for your responses in this round. Members of Parliament, of course, before we take leave of the Minister of VSA, the opportunity for brief comments or remarks is given to members of Parliament, and I see that MP La Cruz has requested the floor to do exactly that. MP La Cruz.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair, Lady Rifir. Minister, welcome back. Thank you for the answers to the questions, but I think you missed the gist of what I was saying. The point is, once an employee feels that way, that means that government has a problem. I'm not saying that it is happening. I'm not saying that it happened. I'm not saying that a civil servant is doing it. But the mere point that they don't feel safe enough to come to the ministry, something is wrong. Okay? So maybe it's that it's in the open. Maybe it's, like you just mentioned that, they could contact with a phone number. It's the same thing with the click line within the Ministry of Justice. If you feel threatened one way or the other, there is a phone number, whatever, you could call anonymously, where then the ministry would look into the situation. And that is important, that people feel safe enough to come to you as the Minister of VSR. That is the point, And again, we need to remember, you said, if there's something that I know, through you, Madam Chair Lady, but you know, Minister, that we met with the group the same day you met with them. So we are fully aware, a group of us, also members from your party, MPs from your party, we are fully aware of the whole situation. That is why I offered you that advice. Okay? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. Minister, I don't see any other further comments following your second round, as we call it, of answers. Minister, I just want to remind you that my question regarding changes to the labor law, so the labor book in our civil code, I also asked for some statistics regarding the employment situation on St. Maarten. So I would like you to take that request along as you prepare for the answers towards. I don't need them now. I can receive them ahead of the public meeting, if that is at all possible. And the Yeah, I would want to leave it to that. I'm going to expand on my questions and your answers as we proceed in the, or towards the public meeting on the budget. So, Minister, I want to thank you. We have another, or you can respond. You want to say, okay, I'll give you that opportunity in a second. But yes, I wanted to thank you for the answers provided, and I now allow you to respond to MP La Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. For that last question, we overlooked it most likely, but I'm going to try to get it before the public meeting. And pertaining to the comment from MP La Cruz, get it 100%. We're going to work on how we're going to improve the image of the Labor Department affairs. That's definitely going to be placed on the agenda. So I understand what you're saying now. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Minister Brug, for your answers. To you and your support staff, thank you for working with us in this process of the Central Committee and coming back to respond as quickly as you could to questions posed by members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, considering that there are no further questions or comments, we of Parliament are at a point to prepare the final report that will be sent to the government on this draft national ordinance before us, namely the draft budget 2025. With that report, of course, the government will officially submit their reaction, so the note on the basis of the final report, and we would have the necessary legislative documentation to go into the public meeting for the handling of the budget. So with that, I would want to thank all the ministers of government, Prime Minister and his 6 colleagues for the information and the interaction on the budget, draft budget 2025. And we have come to the end of this Central Committee meeting. But before I continue with my closing remarks, I see the minister is a minister. I give you the opportunity to, I guess you want to say something. Minister, you have that opportunity.
Yeah, I just want to wish all members of Parliament, because I don't think we have any other meetings for the rest of the season. So wish all members of Parliament all the best for the season, and also the general public all the best for the season. Be safe, and have a safe season, and all the best for the New Year's.
Thank you so much for those words, Minister Brug, and I, on behalf of Parliament, extend the same happy holiday wishes, Merry Christmas, prosperous 2025 when it comes around to you, your ministry, staff, family, and all involved in your ministry. Members of Parliament, as I was saying, I want to thank you as well for working along with us in this whole process of the Central Committee handling of the draft budget 2025. I mightn't see many of you before the holidays, at least not in an official capacity. I'm sure we'll meet up somewhere somehow. But in the meantime, I do want to make use of this opportunity to express to all of you, your families and family circles, my best wishes for a prosperous 2025 when it comes around, and before that, that you have an enjoyable and happy Christmas season to all. Members of Parliament, with that, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of this Central Committee meeting number 11 of the Parliament of St. Maarten, and I, with gratitude and thanks, hereby close this Central Committee meeting. This meeting is hereby closed.